Where do we go from here? The last months of 2008 witnessed what is being called the worst financial crisis since the Great Depression of 1929-1930. The collapse of financial markets in that year was soon matched up by the decline of real economy, a serious decline of real economy. The world since then has been experiencing a period of economic and financial upheaval. After 3.5 years of financial shock and sharp economic decline and geopolitical dislocations, the economies of the developed world is still struggling with a devastating slump. Just after the crisis started, the Queen Elizabeth of Britain asked a group of academics at London School of Economics how none of the financial experts, financial wizards, has not predicted the crisis. How come none of you told us anything about the crisis before this crisis happened? After that, in the summer of 2009, a group of leading academics from London School of Economics and from other British higher education institutions, they spent the whole summer and then they prepared a response to the Queen. The 3-page letter signed by prominent academics ends with these words, I quote, "In summary, Your Majesty, the failure to foresee the timing, extent, and severity of the crisis was principally a failure of the collective imagination of many bright people to understand the risks to the system as a whole. There were, of course, some experts and academics writing and warning about the systemic risks and the possible burst of housing bubble, at least since 2004-2005. But none of them was mainstream, and therefore none was taken seriously. The admission about the majority of the mainstream economics profession expressed in the letter to the Queen is true and quite telling about the state of the mainstream academic discipline. No account was taken of systemic risks, because the fundamental assumption of the all mainstream economics is that there are no systemic contradictions. The system works itself perfectly. Even after the crisis started in 2008, until the summer of 2010, majority within the mainstream economics departments did not accept the systemic nature of the crisis. Simply they didn't understand, and they didn't really realize what was happening, what was going on. Mainstream views are mainstream precisely because they underwrite uncritical and introvert view that reinforces existing structures. 2008 financial crisis and economic downturn have not come out of the blue. They are the outcome of deep-seated contradictions within the structure of the global economic system, growing slowly under the ground, slowly under the surface for years, if not decades. We therefore need to look beyond greedy bankers and spineless regulators, even though there were plenty of both. Financial crises and economic downturns have been a regular feature of the global system, at least since late 1970s. There were a number of important crises happened since then. The underlying long-term cause of all these crises has been the fundamental shift of economic power from the West to the East, caused mainly by the shift of manufacturing capacity from the developed countries to the emerging economies or anchor countries, mainly to China, India, and Brazil, but also to Russia, Indonesia, Mexico, South Korea, and Turkey. This was the fundamental structural adjustment of the world economy shaping the 21st century, the global shift. Following other critical historical writers and their analysis, I suggest that the present crisis is the result of long-term structural changes and shifts in the global economic map. All these changes are pushing the world economy beyond its original Bretton Woods design. The current crisis is an early stage in what will be a major restructuring of the world economy around new political and ecological realities. I base my global shift argument on a set of 10 premises, described generally within the context of a revised world system perspective. First premise: there has been a world system, a historical social structure for the last 2,000 years. Second premise: all economic units, national economies, and multinational units, they are all parts of this single world system. Nothing remains outside of it. Everything happens within the system. Third premise: the driving underlying objective of the system is endless accumulation of capital, wherever and however this accumulation may be achieved. Fourth premise: all national economies occupy different positions in the system. The global system has a hierarchical structure. All states within the system are theoretically sovereign, but indeed highly constrained by the processes of the interstate system. Some states have greater, some much greater control over the system than others. Fifth premise: one such state or a group of states collectively, for a relatively brief period of time, becomes the global hegemonic power. Hegemony here refers to the existence of one core state or a number of states together, temporarily outstripping the rest or controlling the rest of the world economy. And sixth premise: powerful and wealthy core countries, core states, dominate and exploit weak and poor peripheral countries. Peripheral countries are structurally constrained to experience a kind of development that reproduces their subordinate status. And four different categories can be identified in the picture of global system: inner core, core, semi-periphery, and periphery. Inner core being at the very top, then core, then semi-periphery, and at the very bottom, the periphery. And into which all economies of the world can be located, can be placed. These categories describe each economic unit's relative position within the world economy, as well as certain internal economic, political, and social characteristics. The United States, West European economies, Japan, Canada, and Australia constituted the core during the past 50 years. United States, together with a small number of West European states and Japan, constituted the core, the inner core. Seventh premise: these positions are not fixed historically, but change over time. Just like monopolies of leading industries, monopolies of geopolitical power are self-liquidating. As other states improve their positions, they become less willing to accept the positions given to them by the declining hegemonic power. Eighth premise: this is exactly what's happening today. China, India, Brazil, and other emerging economies are certainly moving up, and power is undeniably flowing, shifting away from the United States and other old leading economies. Ninth premise. There is nothing surprising in this process. So it is not a completely shock or surprising feature. As economic historian Peter Dickon describes this process, it is the changing global economic map, what we are talking about. In a sense, the global economic map is always in a state of becoming, always changing. Positions always shifting. And finally, 10th premise, rather than witnessing a zero-sum game, rather than witnessing a zero-sum competition for global influence and economic supremacy between the declining powers of the West and North and the emerging powers of the East and South, the rise of new emerging powers and economic rebalancing towards the new powers is deepening the levels of interdependence between two sides. In order to continue their levels of prosperity, at least to some extent, both the United States and Europe will need the dynamic economic growth of new emerging powers. And just as the emerging powers will still depend on access to the West, the markets in the West, and technological based in the West. So this growing and deepening economic interdependency will be the defining feature of the new international order in the 21st century. Now, after looking at this process in general, let me look at Turkey very briefly as an emerging power. Turkey is currently the world's 16th biggest economy, and according to various predictions, it would rise to 10th or 11th place by 2050. This isn't such a big leap in rankings, but Turkey will still be a major economy. Turkey is already emerging as an investor in many neighboring economies, and its high level of private consumption means that it could serve as an economic anchor for the Middle East, Balkans, and bulk of Central Asia. The Ottoman Empire once referred to as the sick man of Europe. But today's Turkey looks healthy, stable, and powerful. After years of strong economic performance and reform, it is much richer, more modern, and hopeful than the poor country that applied to be a member of the then called European Community more than 20 years ago. Of course, it will be absurd to claim that Turkey doesn't face major challenges. Currently, dangerously high levels of inflation, increasing unemployment, and large state deficit are quite threatening the balance of Turkey's economy. Also, for Turkey and some other emerging powers, the priority in the near future will be to build institutions and consolidate economic, social, and political reform, including functioning judicial system and vibrant civil societies. Otherwise, rising levels of gap between rich and poor will lead to social upheaval and or to unsustainable economic bubbles. To conclude, China, India, Russia, Brazil, Turkey, and other emerging powers are certainly on the move, and power is flowing away from the West. In 2010, 4 of the top 5 economies in the world were still from the West: the United States, Japan, Germany, and France. From the emerging world, only China made the grade, coming in at number 2. But by 2050, all predictions point out that 4 of the top 5 economies will come from the emerging world: China, India, Brazil, and Russia. And only the United States will make the cut, ranking 2nd, and the US economy will be only half the size of China's by 2050. No radical intervention like aggressive wars like the one in Iraq or Afghanistan can stop this historical shift. This is not something states can use their military might and turn the direction of the history. But it is possible to adopt policies, careful policies, that this transition occurs peacefully and productively. The worst thing to do is to pretend it's not happening. So it is time to adjust, to be more pairing with military force and rely more on diplomacy and economic cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is quite an interesting, approach to shifting power balance and structure in the international political economy. And Professor provided us a long-term approach to look at the current power structure dynamics and shift in balance of economic power. And with some predictions, of course, this is based on the world system theory, which argues that there are core, semi-core, and peripheral countries in the world, and the positions of these countries may change. And of course, I think with globalization, this shift has been eased or become faster. What do you think? We can go to question and answer session or continue with other presentations?
Yeah, actually, that continuing to the for all of them, then we will make it.
I'll take the questions all together.
All together, because there are some overlapping
questions or some. Yeah. Let me introduce to you another leading scholar in the field of economics, Professor Vildan Serin from Fatih University. Professor Serin is currently faculty member at Economics Department of Fatih University. She has extensive research interests, including agricultural economics, international finance, global crisis, regional economic integration, sustainable development, international economics at large. But in more specific terms, Turkish economy and European economic integration. She completed her BA and MA in economics at Hacettepe University and PhD in economics as well at Ege University. Before joining Fatih University in 1998, she taught at Ege, 9 Eylül, Marmara Universities, and she was also a visiting scholar at various universities, including Indiana University and Kiel University. Professor Serin's research interest was mentioned above, but based on this research interest, she has many publications also. I will just name one of her latest work, which is an article that appeared in Journal of Academic Studies this year, titled Structural Causes of Global Crisis and Global Imbalances. Thank you very much, and floor is yours.
Thank you very much for organizing this conference, because this conference is not conference, but workshop. It is very important in order to take an important player, global player in the reshaping of the global structure and global governance. And also, especially I would like to thank to Bülent, Gokay. During the 2008 economic crisis, I was in Kiel University. I couldn't understand what are we doing in the world. When we, before they came to the United Kingdom, I was thinking London is a financial center. I am going to advance economy, but when I watching BBC, I saw a lot of negative stories, and then I participated in Gokay's workshop in Kiel University the first time. I listened his comments, and then I started to talk this issue, and I started to interest and to understand these issues. Until today, I am following him, and not only he, also I think Emre and Oğuz, Oğuz are the same followings of the Bülent Gokay. Therefore, it is like a new school for us. And I would like to continue followers of the Bülent Gokay, and I would like to continue his presentation. It's starting. Okay, there is some sound. Okay. After the 2000 economic crisis, all of the world understood we must to restructure global governance because Bülent Gokay's paper presentation, you explained the reasons of the economic crisis. The most important reasons comes from structural reasons and also post-Bretton Woods international monetary system. Therefore, in order to be take an important player in the world governance, Turkey should not only academicians and also policymakers should think to new international system, and this international monetary system and global governance shouldn't be depend only United States currency dollars as a currency reserve. We should find a new global governance system. This issue is very important. Therefore, first of all, I would like to say a few things about global imbalances. This crisis caused from the global imbalances. For example, $4 trillion over in a foreign exchange transactions daily. But however, when we look at the transactions of goods and services, only 12 and 3.3. This shows unbalanced economy. There is excessive growth of the financial sector, but real sector declined too much, and there is a gap between the financial sector and also real sector. In 1960s, US dominated world economy, world trade, and world foreign direct investment, and also United States multinationals dominated international business, and also about half of the world central planned economies. But however, when we came to today, as you've seen on the table, changing world outlook, world trade picture, United States in 1960s takes only approximately 40%. It means like half of the world output created by the United States. However, this percentage today only 8.5, and Chinese in 1963 there is no any data, but today approximately 10%. And also, okay. 1990s emerging countries currently account term surpluses, economic growth and imports continue to increase, not decrease, and this causes changing foreign direct investment picture. As you see on the screen, red parts, red colors shows foreign direct investment goes to the developing countries, but developed countries, this ratio completely started to changing. This is all of these tables and pictures are as an indicator of the changing world map. We live in a dynamic world. Every minute, everything is always changing, and also changing for direct investments picture. Developing economies, as you see in the screen, the light yellow, 2008, started increase, but developed economies, only blue one, it's too low. But all of the economic textbooks says foreign direct investments goes from advanced economies to developing countries. this also another important issue and also indicated global imbalances. Okay, this is U.S. current account balance, the share of GDP. This also another important figure which shows the United States economic structure after 1998. United States current account balance started to increase, and also I don't have too much time, but only I want to say richest country in the world, the United States cannot live within the borrowing $2 billion a day from poorer countries. Okay, this is another. Now I would like to show a few pictures related to China. China current account has surpluses. This is annual growth in Chinese GDP, and why? This is the reason. This is the American guy and activist and boycotting Beijing, but everything is made in China. And therefore, money goes to China, and Americans should always spend money. And this is another important issue. This also another picture, another map. It is tribute Chinese elementary students, and as you see in the map, China is inner center country, and the map is a little bit changed. United States came this part, and China is in the center. This is a vision. We should also this type of vision, I think. If I want to be a global player in 2050.
For Turkey as well, we should have this kind of
yeah, okay. And only I want to say a few things related to effects of the global financial crisis. Yes, Turkey has still continued high economic growth, and also 16th largest economy in the world, and as you see in the screen, and also real GDP growth rates. Look at Greece, Portugal, for example, which 1.9 and Spain 0.7. And another important issue, as you see in the screen, Turkey and also our EU members, neighbors, Italy, Spain, Greece, Portugal, and Turkey, and also inflation rates. This is a real problem, and also unemployment rate is a little bit better. But when we look at the fiscal policy, comparing the government debts, Turkey's position is better than Portugal, Greece, Spain, and Italy. And also Turkey's debt ratio, when we compare other European Union countries, for example, Greece, this ratio 145, and Italy 118, but Turkey's position better, the best one. And also another issue, why Turkey is a strong economy, because of the share of the budget deficit in the GDP, very low when you compare Greece, United States, United Kingdom, and other countries. This is another important issue, our population. Okay, only I want to pass this one. Unemployment issue is a little bit better. And also, household indebtedness ratio, when we compare the Turkey and Eurozone, Eurozone is shown by red color, Turkey's light brown color, and Turkey's indebtedness ratio is very low compared to Europe. And borrowing rates is very specific. Central government interest expenditure also, GDP is declining. Okay, but this is important issue. Why Turkish economy is very strong? Because we learned a lot of lessons from the previous economic crisis after 2001 banking crisis. we started to apply Basel II education ratio. Therefore, capital banking sector are very strong when you compare the other countries, including Germany and Brazil. And yes, and another important issue, this is really problem. Our saving ratio is very low when you compare other countries, China, India, and this is another important issue. Last issues of the economists, maybe you read, there is an article, and instead of optimum economy, it is written optimum economy, because Turkish economy depends on hot money. This is really a serious problem. Yes, we are growing, we are big economies, but our economy is depending on the hard monies and also capital inflows. Our saving ratio is very low, and this is another important issue. Twin concerns, yeah, one of them, inflation is very serious problem, and another one, current account deficit. Therefore, economists used this term, Ottoman Empire. And also, okay, yeah, this is the main problems. And this is the important issue, I think, is logically is important, because if you want to be a global player, we have to be strong money, like a dollar, like a yen, like a yuan. Therefore, this sign, this symbol, I think it is important. It shows a vision in the future. And also, only I want to conclude. Yes, the Turkey co-part area frontier country, and also British Cold War area, Turkey is frontier country. Post-Cold War area, Turkey is British country. After that of September 11, Turkey occupies a unique space. And optimal place for Asian and European countries also close to Africa through the Eastern Mediterranean. Therefore, Turkey is a central country. I would like to come the Bülent Gokay's comments and conclusion with multiple regional identities and geographical basis. And also, why? Another question is why? Why Turkey had strong economic growth, not all of, but some issues. And when we compare the other countries, Turkey is still global economic player in especially region. One of them is political stability, the second one is strong banking system, housing-led exploration, and Africa and Near East initiative. Especially Davutoğlu's policies, not only relationship, economic and political relationship, depend on Western countries, also Africa and Near East. This is the important issue, and support for small medium enterprises. This is another important issue. When we go to the before 1980s, there was only Koç family and Sabancı family. There is no big bourgeois or richest people. It's not expanded all of the Middle East, and also all of them concentrated on Istanbulism. But when we go to the Gaziantep, when we go to the Kayseri and other countries, we can see a lot of small and medium enterprises. They are very rich people. They are trying to develop economic and political relationships. Of course, the role of non-governmental institutions are very important, like Tuskon and other associations. Social security and healthcare reforms, and yes, okay. But the most Turkey, if you be a global player for economic governance, Turkish academicians and also policymakers like staff of central bank and also finance ministers should think about the reform of international economic and monetary system and the regulation of the financial system. We need a new mechanism of international trade. And if we have to overcome global economic balances and crises, and we should find a new global currency, not only dominate of the United States dollar. And therefore, the bank and also cross-border financial institutions to the development of single global accounting standard is very important. Therefore, there was a very important meeting in the United States Brookings Institute, and also Gülfer also participated in this meeting last week. And in this meeting, there was a speaker, Brzezinski, and also he published a new book, Strategic Vision, America and the Crisis of the Global Power. And in this book, he suggested how the United States and European can better engage with Turkey. Only vigorous and united West, and include Turkey and Russia, will be able to combine power with principle to shape the future global order. Okay, and I have to finish my presentation, but this only I stop on this issue, and I start, but this is only the beginning. Okay, we have to think these issues. How can we restructure global governance? What should be instead of global currency instead of dollar, and what is the role of both? And the World Bank President Robert Salt also started this kind of discussion. Both should be used as a reference, a new global system, and also what should be role of the yuan and Turkish lira, and also global institution. Maybe Sadık might say something, because instead of IMF and World Bank, we need new global institutions. This is a big problem. They couldn't solve these problems. Therefore, always say goodbye Group 7 and welcome Group 20s. This is the new slogan, maybe in the future. Okay, we should think only. Therefore, this meeting is very important.
Thank you. Thank you very much for a very informative, thought-provoking, and I think also an entertaining, kind of lecture. I would call it a lecture, actually, in the sense that it has many warnings. I wish, policymakers who are making policies listen to some of these suggestions. When I hear the word that Turkey is an emerging, global economic power, I'm kind of skeptic about this idea, because, the symbol of Turkish lira, the new symbol, the new logo is an anchor but I really don't know where to anchor that stuff. What is the basis of this Turkish economy? It's a very soft kind of economy, and you mentioned the problem of that Turkish economy can actually emerge as a bubble because of capital inflows, and if there is a capital inflow, tomorrow there will be capital outflow. So, as we experienced in Asian financial crisis at the time I was in Asia in 1997, exactly the same kind of thing happened. So I think in our approach to Turkish economy, instead of being overly optimistic, we also need to look at some of the structural issues, such as trade imbalance, and how to correct those. I was in the United States actually several weeks ago, and in a mall looking at shoes, and most of the shoes, of course, coming as made in China. But some of the shoes, they put a big sticker, very large sticker called "Proudly Made in the United States." I was interested, and the shoe, of course, name of the shoe is also very telling, is New Balance. Yeah, so quite an interesting brand name for today's economy. And I look at the sticker. Inside the shoe, small print. What's that? It said "Made in the United States from imported material." So of course the world is becoming a global marketplace, and I think But when I was talking about this yesterday in my class, in comparison to the United States can shift its economy from being industry-based to innovation and high-tech-based economy. Of course, this has important repercussions for many classes in the society. But what's the chance for Turkey to do that? I mean, most of the big brand Turkish textile, brands, such as Sarar and others, also produce their stuff in China. So there is a danger for Turkish textile industry. I think that's already going on to shift to China. But we cannot balance this with innovation and high tech, and therefore I think the rise of China and rise of the rest is even more dangerous for countries such as Turkey. I don't know. I would like to hear maybe in a question and answer session what do you think about this. All right. So the next address, the next talk will be given by our very good friend Sadık Ünay, Professor Sadık Ünay, graduated from Boğaziçi University, Department of Political Science and International Relations, and continued his graduate studies at Manchester University in Political Science. Sadık, I don't have the dates here, so...
The economic governments.
Okay, so and therefore I'm just...
1998 to 2005.
All right, thank you for giving this information. Before joining Yıldız Technical University, he taught at Manchester, Birmingham, Huddersfield universities in the UK, and later Balıkesir and Fatih universities in Turkey. He has various articles and books focusing on international political economy, global governance, development, and foreign policy. He has two books published by NOAA Science publication titled Neoliberal Globalization and Institutional Reform, The Case of Turkey and State Planning Organization in Comparative Perspective. This book appeared in 2007, and he has also a book, co-edited book titled Civilizations and Global Orders, co-edited by our very own Muzaffer Şenel, Civilizations and Global Orders, Perspectives from History, Philosophy, and International Relations. I believe this book appeared from the contributions to a symposium at Bilim ve Sanat Vakfı.
Organized by,
all right, so
for Science and Arts.
Thank you.
It was an expanded version of the articles presented to the symposium.
Thank you very much for doing that. That book appeared in 2009. Today, Sadık will talk about structural crisis of international political economy and its impact on global power politics. The floor is yours, Sam.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction. First of all, excuse my physical performance because I experienced a serious back trouble and I'm coming from physical treatment, so my brains might be somewhere else. I don't know, but I will try to do my best, and I'm quite happy to be in the presence of Bülent Hoca, Vildan Hoca, Emre, and all other friends. And I would like to thank first of all our friends at İşeri University for organizing this meeting. I think these kinds of meetings are especially important because we are talking about something that is interdisciplinary. And we have political economists. When we say political economy, obviously it's not a discipline, it's a working area. It's a research area in which you can find political scientists, economists, sociologists, anthropologists, and all people. For example, Bülent Hoca talked about Peter Dicken. He was in Manchester when I was studying, and he was in the Department of Geography, or Political Geography, something like that, if I remember it correctly. Or if you go to development studies departments, you can find people from all walks of kind of academic disciplines and practice as well. Development ministries and so on, ambassadors, embassies, and so on. So I think that is something lacking in Turkey, being interdisciplinary and bringing together people from different spheres of both academic and practical kind of areas of activity. So that's why I would like to thank all the organizers and for the participants. And I would like to keep it very short, and I don't want to speak too much about the global crisis, but I would like to focus on the mostly on the political outcome. What does it mean? The global crisis, Professor Gokay talked about, for example, the long-term view. How can we view, like Brodel or Wallerstein, from a long-term systemic view, how the whole system evolved, and what does this last crisis say us, for example, about the evolution of that system? Because it's a general tendency, I think, for especially people who do not have very kind of deep knowledge of economics, to be kind of premature about their assumptions, to say that, okay, this is the end of the system, for example. That there is, I think there is this danger somehow that should be kept in mind, because in 1929 people talked about the end of the capitalist system, for example. But it changed, evolved. For example, Keynes emerged, then we had Keynesianism, a new kind of intra-paradigmatic kind of evolution, and it continued. You know, there are certain eras in which the system kind of refreshes itself. But we don't know whether the crisis in 2008 represents such a break or rupture in the system. Maybe, maybe not. You know, we are not sure about this. But one thing is certain, that Professor Gokay was emphasizing, the long-term shift. The global shift is the very famous name of the book published by Peter Dickon, which made I don't know how many editions, and it was printed and read everywhere in the UK and elsewhere. So it is a fact that we are witnessing a global shift. That is a fact. And the shift is, most people emphasize, it is to the east. The shift is the center, the gravity of the world system, both economically and politically, is shifting eastwards. So, in terms of the contemporary consequences, maybe of the global crisis, obviously we are seeing the current outcome. The elections in Europe, in the Eurozone, for example, when we look at the political outcome, when we look at European leaders losing their seats, obviously this is the immediate political outcome. When we look at Greece, Ireland, and all others, plus Sarkozy, for example, losing their seats because of the dissatisfaction among people, and so on and so forth. That triggers a debate about current macroeconomic management of the economic system. And there are two sides, basically. One side emphasizing the continuation of a more like the laissez-faire system, which has, you know, the different versions, the Washington consensus, post-Washington consensus, which is a bit more kind of regulation-oriented, but still neoliberal. But it is evolving, but it is more based upon financial kind of economy, knowledge economy, and innovation and other stuff that Professor Kösebalaban was talking about. They are coming a bit from behind. So it is not that industry technology oriented, it is service oriented, so to speak. That is one field. There are other people who talk about employment regulation, increased regulation. That's why increased intervention by the state in the economy and more social equality, social sensitivity. So if you look at, for example, the agendas of Sarkozy and Hollande, for example, in France, you can see immediate reflections of that. And it has parallels in many countries. So one side, for example, in the UK, for example, the Conservatives stood for the interests of the city, because they said the city, London Stock Exchange, and the banking community is the core of our economy and the system in general, for example. But what happens to British manufacturing and other, for example, electronics? How do they compete? How do they innovate? How do they compete against the Japanese, Koreans, and so on? That is another question. So I think there are different areas in which we can focus on. But the main thing, conceptually, that I would like to emphasize is this notion of competition state. This presentation derives from an article of mine which will be published in Emerging Markets, Finance and Trade. And in this one, I will not go too long about this, but the general trend, it was the case before the economic crisis as well, but still continues, I think. How do we define the state and the major socio-economic role of the state, or the socio-economic kind of elements that legitimizes a state, for example? How is a state, or why is a state legitimate in the eyes of the population? And what are the main economic and social goals of a state? In that perception, I think this crisis can trigger a change, maybe towards more like a neo-Keynesian direction, more regulation, more neo-Keynesianism, more social equality, and so on. But in all cases, here we see, for example, this, I can do this, yeah, this raison d'etat, raison du monde, or if we can say the rationality of the state shifting How do we define, for example, sovereignty, the notion of sovereignty? Is it based on security, national security, which is more like political, military security, protection of national values and so on, which is more like abstract notion of security, to resort to more like a globalizing sovereignty, in which you have more practical, more efficiency-oriented, more competition-oriented legitimacy. I think in that case, in that sense, there is a shift. And also, this is also a global shift. And I think it will continue. So if, for example, if you look at countries like China, most of the East Asian countries, the basis of legitimacy comes from economic efficiency. So even if it's a socialist country, for example, for the Chinese rulers, the basic kind of notion that they use to legitimize their rule is economic growth. And they increase kind of socio-economic standards. And it looks like it's going to become a more kind of global trend. I will not go into these. Maybe we can talk about the shifts. These are paradoxes, obviously. Globalization creates paradoxes in which, on the one hand, as the neoliberals, for example, emphasize, on the one hand, the impact of the state, the scope of the state is getting smaller or narrower. But on the other hand, you have more state intervention for increased innovation, for research development, for competing against others, and so on and so forth. So there are these paradoxes. But if I come, 4+1 shifts. I think these are the key aspects of what is going on. So the first one, from macroeconomic to microeconomic interventionism. So there is a shift in terms of how states and state actors focus on interventionism. How do they regulate the economy? So now the main trend is towards more microeconomic instruments, which are less visible when you look at from outside, for example, which are less visible but more effective. So they include, for example, industrial policy, technology policy, deregulation, and so on and so forth. The second shift is from what we call from comparative advantage, from a more liberal, neoliberal comparative advantage to competitive advantage. This includes strategic targeting and so on, all this competition-oriented stuff. From growth orientation to neoliberal monetarism, obviously now this is changing. Maybe we need to reconsider this in the light of the global crisis, because now growth orientation comes forward as we have seen in France and in other countries. In political discourse, for example, there was a shift from national welfare to efficiency and productivity. Again, maybe we need to reconsider this, because national welfare it's a very sensitive issue politically. Now it's coming to the fore. But this is certain, in foreign policy, especially for the BRICS, including Turkey and countries, emerging economies, you need an active or proactive foreign policy agenda, which is based more on economic diplomacy, soft power, increasing trade relations, and so on, than just pure national security and preserving more like a defensive foreign policy. So I propose these kind of shifts. I derive some of them from the works of Phil Cerny and other theoreticians, but some of these changes, maybe we need to reconsider them, as I say, in the light of the global crisis. I will not go into Turkey's economy and so on, but whether Turkey has become a competition state in the light of these propositions, I would like to say just one word on each, and I will finish. From inflationary expansionism to neoliberal monetarism, people argue that in that sense, Turkey has become a competition state in terms of preserving stability in a very kind of robust manner, because now we are in a position to avoid financial crisis successfully or tangentially, so to use the prime ministerial kind of language. In this kind of dimension, from macroeconomic to microeconomic forms of interventionism, Turkey is lagging a bit behind in terms of industrial policy, technology policy, promoting mergers, acquisitions among firms, for example, encouraging firms to go global, for example, competing with others, And as, for example, Professor Kösebalban was saying, how do you compete against the Chinese when the Chinese are also functioning as the manufacturing base of your companies, for example? Or how do you, for example, on what basis do you compete against the Chinese or the Vietnamese, for example, emerging economies? Do you become a center for cheap production, manufacturing, or do you become a hub for high value added research development, for example? Now people talk about Istanbul as a financial center, for example. But you need to make a strategic choice. You cannot become kind of London, for example, or Dubai, and at the same time you become kind of like a industrial production hub somewhere like in China. At the same time you have a kind of Silicon Valley somewhere. You cannot be all at the same time. So you need to make strategic choices, and in most cases they are contradictory. You either become a financial center or an industrial hub. They usually contradict. So Turkey needs to make maybe kind of critical decisions on how to manage this microeconomic. This is also related to that, to strategic targeting. For example, this is another area Turkey needs to improve its performance. How do you strategically target certain sectors and also certain regions? Now, for example, the government introduced a new plan that is more kind of regional measures for development. From welfare maximization to efficiency, profitability, people say that Turkish state became more efficient, especially in the last 10 years, in terms of thinking like a private kind of company, using public resources effectively and so on. But at the same time, especially the governing AK Party also has a kind of social sensitive aspect. So it is not a social democratic party, but it is observing social sensitivity. So it is somewhere between pure neoliberalism and pure social democracy. People also argue that. And finally, this is not obviously debated. From geostrategy and national security to economic diplomacy was maybe one of the most kind of clear areas in which Turkey has shown very credible performance in terms of opening up to the new markets, not only the neighboring countries, but to East Asia, Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa, and everywhere, through the NGOs, through new kind of ventures, through kind of opening new embassies and using the embassies as kind of in a more kind of economic mentality. Now new ambassadors became more economically minded kind of actors. So in that sense, this aspect is, we could say, credible, but obviously after the Arab Spring and the changes in the regional kind of conjuncture had a negative impact on this. But all in all, I also mentioned Tuscan and so on. All in all, we could argue that Turkey has moved in the direction of becoming a competition state, but theoretically, obviously these theoretical constructs are always in flux. We can question whether the competition state is a good thing or a bad thing, because we always have to consider social sensitivities, social kind of equality, distribution of matters, and so on. And the key question, I think, is how do you balance growth and expansion in a modern economy with social equality, justice, humanitarian, and environmental kind of concerns? How do you strike a balance? And it is a political thing, obviously. I think it relates to political globalization as well. At the end, you get a model for the state and for the political actors. And this also applies to Turkey. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Sadık touched upon some of the key issues or some tensions between becoming an economic power and foreign policy. So what are the implications of becoming a major economic power on Turkish foreign policy? So Turkey, being a resource poor country, essentially a poor country, needs to be a trading nation. The most, the other country I know most other than Turkey is Japan, and Japan has the same dilemma. So being poor in resource compels Japan to be proactive and export-oriented.
South Korea
and others. Yes, they are in the same position. But this proactive approach in foreign policy requires essentially a kind of confrontation with the international system. Because, such as Arab Spring and Turkish approach to the Arab Spring. So Turkey now appears to be or emerges as a revisionist state and confronts with the international system, or at least parts of the international system, such as Russia and emerging China. So in the case of Syria. So I mean, that also requires Turkey to have a strong military, perhaps, you know, so in order to confront or achieve this confrontation. So how possible for Turkey to have this strategic choice? I mean, you mentioned the strategic choice, being a financial hub only. I mean, we are not a Scandinavian country, you know, so that kind of issues come. I'm sure many of you are also...
Well, if I can say one word on Turkey, for example, what I witnessed is when I was studying China, for example, China developed a very kind of efficient, kind of global governance learning mechanism, how global governance is working. They first learn. I think Turkey also needs to learn how, for example, World Trade Organization is actually working inside, for example, how the IMF is working, how alliances are formed. There are constituencies within the IMF. You need to form alliances with people. So the Chinese, for example, in the World Trade Organization, in the first like 6-7 years, they were very silent. They accepted everything coming from the US and from the West, for example. They learned the inner dynamics, and after a while, they started to oppose within the system. I mean, this is another aspect, you know, beside military kind of and strategic capabilities, how do you oppose the system within the system? How do you, for example, propose, okay, UN reform, for example. You can say that, okay, UN Security Council should be reformed, but you need to go beyond that, and you need to have kind of detailed kind of working kind of preparations for both political and economic governance, I think.
Thank you. This was to give
yeah, just give to Muzaffer.
So Muzaffer Şenel, I mean, I think words are not enough to describe him because he's a man of action rather than words. He's of our own, you know, faculty member in İstanbul University, Political Science and International Relations. He's also a deputy director for Research Center for Modern Turkish Studies and at İşeri University. He studies international relations. He studied international relations at New York University and took a MA degree from Marmara University, European Community Institute, European Union Politics and International Relations. He continues his PhD at the final stage at the Institute of Social Sciences, Department of International Relations at Marmara University. So Muzaffer is very active in his international visits and everything. And I mean, there are, you know, list of places he has been to, but let me read some. You know, Hungary, Poland, United Kingdom, Middle East, Russia. So all of these places. You know, when I go to some of these places, I always meet people who know Muzaffer. From this, I can say that he's an internationally well-known, you know, scholar. And he's also prolific in his research. As I mentioned when I was introducing Sadık, they too have a co-edited book titled Global Orders and Civilizations. And he also has another book with Mesut Özcan titled Modernite ve Dünya Düzenleri, in English, Modernity and World Orders from Korea in Istanbul. I think that's all, but that's not all, of course, to describe you, but for people it's sufficient. And today you will be talking about mapping the fault lines of European international order in a global world order. Very important topic. Thank you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. That is really, this is the first time that in İşeri University I am presenting a paper. And I would like to thank you all, and then thanks for special thanks to the two persons, especially to the Professor Bülent Gokay and also the Professor İşeri. Because of them that we are here. I mean that they organize everything, and then we just try to do this. And then today first three most speeches or mostly presentation most relating to the international political economy. And then now I'm a little bit shifting the topic to the international order, mostly focusing on the international area. I mean the international relations, international politics of the world order, world politics. That today I will speak about the European international order. I will explain that what does it mean with the European international order And then what I am saying, how can I describe it, and then which includes it, and then global, within a global world order. That first the concept of order and the levels and the layers of the orders, but I will not to touch upon the concepts now that most are focusing on to the main part that I will try to speak about that. The European International Order, Faultlines of the European International Orders, we will continue that. While I am saying that the order means that to create a kind of the patterns, the rhythmic patterns within the time and space. This is the small the shortest version of the how can I define the order, and then the order mostly focusing on these patterns, that how these rhythmic capabilities or rhythmic ups and downs are coming and going within a balanced way. It creates a kind of stability, peace, and then the sustainability of the process. This is the most important thing that what I want to say in short with the concept of order and the levels of order. That while I am starting to speak about that the European International Order within this general framework of the global order, global world order, or within these perspective that global orientation and the regional conditionalities are taken into consideration, but apart from that, mostly focusing on the European International Order. Global world order, while it includes to the interconnectedness of the social life that all over the world, without having a specifically stating only the state as the major actor, because in global world order, state is not only the actors anymore. And the regional world orders, it's also that mostly focusing on the world order, mostly while I'm using the world order, mostly focusing on the social, cultural, and economic, cultural side of the order issues, rather than focusing on the interstate relations. For the interstate relations, I'm mostly using the global international order, the concept global international order. What is the differences between the international order and the global order, the global international order? There's a slight differences, because while we are starting to speak about the international order, we just speak about the interstate relations, focusing on just the how the bilateral or multilateral level that the states are interconnected each other. But with the global international order means that it includes also others actors rather than the national states. It means that it includes also the regional institutions, international institutions, and then these are the superior or the semi-superior or the quasi-authorities. It's quasi-superior authorities, let's put like that. I mean, which have, some of them have the enforcement policies also. That within this general global orientation, that I'm mostly focusing on the European International Order, which is focusing on the interstate relations within the European space. The European space, I mean that here it includes to the all nations, roughly speaking. Here is, you will see that the 51 countries, there is 2 countries is missing here. One is Kosovo, the other one is the TRNC, Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus, which both of them are not recognized by the all European Union member states. But the all other countries, you will see within this European International Order system, rather, because it also includes the European International Order, includes also another international order, which is called as the European Union International Order, because there's a slight differences between the European International Order and the European International Order. EU order and the European order, there are slight differences, but these differences creates huge impact on the foreign relations of or the interstate relations among the states. I mean, what I want, this is my main argument, is that European international area is not anarchic anymore. I mean, as you know that international area is always pictured or characterized by the international scholars as the anarchy. But my argument is reverse and then contradicted this anarchic idea, that anarchy idea, that in terms of the having no superior authority among the interstate relations, I don't think so that it is not an anarchic anymore, both international level and the European international level. But it is, we will speak about the chaotic conditionality that what chaotic conditionality I mean that I'm using to explain to the fault lines of the European international order. And then, because of the two issues, security and survival of the states, that should take into consideration, we will speak about that. While I am starting to speak about the fault lines, that you will mostly touch upon the thing about that the security and the survival of the state, how they are interconnected with each other within the global and the European international system. The authorities, especially the authorities which, because of those authorities, European international area is not anarchic anymore. Quasi-authorities like the European Union or the Treaty on the Conventional Forces in Europe, or the ENF Treaty, or the SALT, or the SALT and the START treaties, most relating to the mass destruction of the mass destruction weapons. And then the second one is mostly relating to the Pacta Sunt Servanda, to obey the rules, obeying the treaties. The restrictions on the use of force, mostly it is a global tendency, and then it has implications directly to the European international order, which is multi-layer and the multifunctional areas, especially came to agenda. Came to the agenda after the Second World War. But if we just speak about the Lisbon Treaty, we will see that how the use of force restricted not only the interstate level, but also the interpersonal level, how they put to some regulatory works to make the pacify the area. The third one is interpenetrating sovereignties, that the sovereignties are overlapping each other, and the overlapping authorities, while because of the overlapping authorities, we have another issue that the multiple loyalties. But there are sometimes that I'm also mostly focusing on these multiple loyalties. Sometimes, if we do not create a kind of strong discourse, it creates a kind of the fault lines. The fault lines is that we will see that the 5 fault lines, and then each of them have the different subheadings and also the explanations of them. That lack of the first one is the lack of enforcement capabilities of international law and European laws in the European international area. Because of those, the restrictions or the problems are arising in the European international area is create a kind of sometimes a tension which is going to be chaos. The chaos is different than here. We should be underline the differences between the chaos and the anarchy. Chaos, we have some kind of, within this chaos means that we have some kind of authorities, whether it's the institutions or the value or the norms or the regulations, but these value or norms or regulations or procedures are violated because of their limitations, their lack of enforcement capabilities. I'm discussing on the paper that I will send to you. The second one is the pendulum of power configurations. That the power configurations, that mostly how we make the power distribution among the European states. Mostly, there is a slide now. There is a big steps taken on that issue relating to the qualified majority voting. That qualified majority voting, which create a kind of strong balance between the great powers and which is create a kind of a balance between the European powers, which also had an impact on the violation, had an impact on the restrictions on the violations of the procedures, regulations, and the treaties. And secondly, that the revival of the power politics, especially with the soft balancing. Still, in European context, we have lots of problems, we have lots of conflicts, but the problems are solved in a different way rather than a use of force, by using the soft balancing mechanisms, or the wars are going towards the words or the discourses. The third one is that the conflicts and the threats of war still continuing in the European international context, especially in terms of the Western Balkans, how they deal with it. The second one is that the Caucasian issue. The third one is the Transnistria and the north from Transnistria region to the Baltic Sea region, which is still a kind of problematic areas relating to the especially resource-based conflict we were faced with. Changing nature of the conflict, we are not working or focusing on or studying on the conflicts relating to the borders in European international area. Only two issues are relating to one is the Nagorno-Karabakh, the other one is the Transnistria region. The other problems had already solved in a soft way by using the diplomatic means. The energy diplomacy and the treaty on conventional forces in Europe, especially relating to Turkey, it is more important because if you see that this line here, which is most relating to the conventional forces treaty in Europe, treaty on conventional forces in Europe agreement. Turkey is southeast and southeast Anatolia and some part of the eastern Anatolia is not part of the European international order according to international treaties. Because of that, I mean, there are lots of discussions about that. The Kurecik, the radar station, is a part of the European international system or the global international system. It is between. It is because of the NATO, not the European international order, because it is just 10 kilometers from the line, from these conventional forces line, which gives a space to Turkey to act freely. But we will discuss on this is ethical or not. It is another issue to speak about that. But it gives a space for Turkey to play with. The fourth one is the structure of the European international system, especially relating to the positions and the role of the state. Each state has their own proportional weight in the system, while we are relating to the qualified majority voting system, especially, or in the European Union context, but also to the Council of Europe and the NATO mechanism. The positions and the role of the states will create a huge impact on that. There is slight differences between the European Union decision-making procedures and the Council of Europe, but the huge differences between the two main actors, that the EU and the NATO. So, because of the veto powers and then so on and so forth. The instrument of intervention is also different. It's becoming more different, but still creating a kind of problems, chaotic problems within the European international area. The fourth one is decision-making procedures that I discussed before. Said many things relating to that. The fifth one is the interstate politics. There are two issues here, bilateral and the multilateral levels. They are both creates a kind of tension between. The best example is for that the bilateral relations between Germany and Russia creates a huge discussions and create a kind of discontent, unsatisfactory feelings created in the Poland and the Central and Eastern European countries because of the energy agreement between the Russia and Germany, which is passing directly from Leningrad to Hamburg without having any touch upon the Polish areas, which creates a kind of history-based social psychological phobia, both relating to the two actors, Germany and Russia. Within these examples also creates a kind of national interest versus the common interest of the European House. The European House, mostly, as you know, that mostly used by the first time is used by the Gorbachev, and then the how to create a kind of European House within. How can we balance the our renationalized, okay, 1 or 2 minutes that renationalized national policies? How can we balance it? This is also another fault lines that we should be considering into that. As a conclusion, that 4 points should be taken into consideration. The one is that the pendulum, this is the pendulum between the national interest, the common interest, which is always hinder the European international order. That there are lots of examples we can give relating to the French policy towards Libya or Spanish policy towards Morocco, which is directly has an impact on to the north and the south dimensions of the European international politics. And the second one is increasing interdependence and interconnectedness of the social life, which creates a kind of xenophobia, extreme rights, which has an impact on the foreign policy issues, especially in terms of the relations with Russia, relations with the Ukraine, relations with the neighboring countries, have also problems because of these increasing interdependency. And the fourth one is that the reconfiguration of the balance of power, which is still not agreed on it. That I will stop here. All questions and the comments are welcome.
Thank you very much. Sorry for being strict on time. I just realized that we are supposed to start the second session at 4 p.m. Right now is open. The floor is open for questions. But in the meantime, maybe you can just start having tea or something. It might be a good idea for to make it more time efficient.
Maybe 3 minutes break would be awesome.
3 minutes break and then questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
If it is fine.
Yeah, I mean, just enough break, to get your teas, cookies, and then return back to your seat.
He's not allowed to, it's just
Bizim zaten benim gidişim.
Hocam ayarda da belli bir tarihte Veysel Bey ayar geçiyor.
Maalesef niye ayarlayamadık? Şöyle bir şey. Buradan hemen Maraş'a gidiyorlar. Antep'e gidiyorlar.
Bizim arkadaşlar daha önce sormuşlar, ödeme yapılması gerektiğini söylemiş. Çok şaşırdık hepimiz. Hiç konuşma yapmak için. Öyle bir şey genelde talep ediyorlar mı? Yoksa biz öğrenci olduğumuz için mi?
Bazılar. Şuraya. Tamam. Ben şimdi indiriyorum. Şunu alabilirsin. Çabuk çabuk çıkıyor. Sigara içiyorlar. Boş ver. Çıkmıyorlar.
Nasılsınız? Tebrik ederim. Böylece bu kadar üzgünler. Değil mi? Orada ben bir gönderdim. Ya orada çok memnun oldum.
Yok abi, ben kaç gündür değil mi? Öyle diyecek zaten. Ben bu yüzden
çok memnun oldum. Çok memnun oldum.
evet hocam, biz fazla farklı çeker. Bu aralar bekledik yani.
Ama lazım.
Çıkıyor musun? Çıkıyoruz. Abi sizle de görüşemedik yani. Kusura bakmayın. İyileş. Uzaktan.
Ben sonucu alt kısmı yapmıyordum biliyorsunuz.
Kalabalık olmasın.
Sen kalabalıksın, sana bir sorun olmaz.
Gıyabında artık hocam cevap alır. İnşallah.
Kısa bir soru tutacağım, ben de çıkacağım da. Sen de mi çıkacaksın?
Hocam çok teşekkür ederim. Ben buradayım.
Yok, sen buradasın. Yok, ben şu anda değilim. Türkiye'den sonra. Peki, sen geçmiş olsun. Ben şimdi müsait bir zamanda tekrar olacağım.
Memnun oldum canım. Görüşürüz.
Öyle mi?
Hocam bir yemeğe bekleriz. İnşallah. Hocam sana bir şey istiyorum.
Görüşmek üzere.
Görüşürüz. Başkanlığı
O çok iş bitirici. Hayır, o çok iş bitirici bir insan.
İsimleri ve kısa biyograflarını okuyacağız.
Öyle kaç kişi vardı?
Tamam. Zaten çünkü çıkmaz. Çok teşekkür ederim.
Ben o zaman aramıştım yani. Konuşuyordum ya telefonların ne olduğunu. Şimdi toplantı...
Hocam senin imzalaman yeterli.
Tamam,
I know.
Hocam bilmiyorum ya sormayayım. Çok kötü söylüyorum. Benimle de göndeririz.
Ben bir çay alacağım sana. Çay alabilirim bana.
Söylemiştim bana dün ben burada değilim. Hocam ya.
Ben geçiyorum.
Konuşup söyleyeceğiz. Devam edeyim.
Zaten
Ben şeyden
açık görünüyor. Kalmamış mı? O ne? Yeri?
5 yılında ben
Çok sağlık yapıyorum.
Burası geçici herhalde değil mi? Hocaya soralım. Burası tüm Fatih Hapsı'nın asistanlarından bir şekilde Öncelikle karıştıralım. Deniz yok, Deniz Merve. Karıştırıyorum bazen. Burası geçici bir yer. Çok beğenmediler de diyorum sana.
Ben de çok beğendim.
Yok, beğenmiyorum. Çok küçük bir yer.
Ama geçici burası. Geçici.
Ama organizasyon çok güzeldi gerçekten.
Yani burası geçici bir kampüs, yani esas kampüsümüz Dragos'ta olacak. Oraya herhalde şu karşıda görmüş olduğunuz çizgili bina var ya efendim. Orasını da şimdi aldık. Biz bölüm olarak buraya taşınacağız. Hazır olacak. Bir sene sonra da Dragos'ta bir kampüsü inşallah taşınacak.
Hocam şu nereden geldiniz? Nereden geldiniz?
Ben Amerika'dan geldim.
Hangi?
En son çalıştığım yer, yani doktoradan sonra ben bir 5-6 yıl kadar üniversitelerde çalıştım, değişik üniversitelerde. Lake Forest College diye bir yerde, Chicago'da. 3 sene kadar orada çalıştım. Ondan sonra Michigan State'deydim. 2 sene kadar da orada kaldım. Ondan sonra buradayım yani. Bir sene yani. Sağ olun.
Ben buradan eve geçeceğim. Peki, hadi görüşürüz.
Bu sizin değil mi? Evet. O kadar ben yemem. Siz bunu alın.
Yok, ben
Benim çantama da bakın. Nerede okuyorsun? Ben 5 yaşındayım. Şimdi aradın mı?
sizin odayı kullanıyorum. Evet. Tamam. Evet. Çalışacak yer. Ben de buraya geçiyorum.
Fikir gibi geçiyorsun.
Evet. Tamam da. Öyle ama ders şimdi bir kere. Sıkıştım buraya oturuyorum.
Yer değiştirebiliriz. Ben
Tamam. Güzel sandalyeleri öyle soğuk.
Arkadaşlar başlayalım isterseniz. Sonra tekrar edeceğiz zaten bir yanımıza.
Geç gel.
Yani yerinize oturacağım da biraz görüşürüz. Görüşmek üzere. Gonca var mı Suna'nın?
Arkadaşlar isterseniz başlayalım.
Sen çıkar mı?
Tamam.
Bir saniye vuracağım
Here, that's because we have to speak in English. There's a rule here. Now we were all told in English.
I understood.
Okay. Thanks for being here. Because I don't know how to do this in Turkish.
Yan tarafı da.
So, Okay, let's start question and answer session first, and then we will start the second session after the break. So we have about, let's say, 20 minutes or so for questions. And unfortunately, right now we have only 2 speakers of the floor. So I believe Professor Serin is coming back, but Sadık Ünay will not be coming back because of his health problems right now he's facing. So the floor is open. Just feel relaxed and we can ask questions. Yeah.
May I pose the first question?
Yes, definitely.
Yes, this is for more discourse, I guess, to Bülent Gokay. So when something quite similar to this happened, stretching from 1870s to 1940s, like overproduction problem, declining profit rates, we entered 2 world wars. So actually, this economic crisis devolved into violent conflicts. Do you believe that, or is there a prospect that we can now bypass that prospect? China rises peacefully, takes the place of the United States, becomes the next anchor of export, so it buys our products, so it helps us about accumulating profit and wealth. Do you see such prospects going to happen peacefully?
I hope so.
We need to.
I think so.
I hope so, because the last time it happened, it cost 80 million people's lives. Yeah.
I think this is an important issue, but my main interest is to understand the process of this shift from one hegemonic system to a next hegemonic system, as you mentioned, and from a long time ago it was China and the state, which was located in Turkey, India, were the hegemonic economic powers, and then for various reasons it moved to European powers, Holland, and then the United Kingdom. But all these transitions, for most of the time, were accompanied by violent clashes, simply because those declining hegemonic powers always were reluctant to relieve their superior position. And also, they had the false belief that by using their only remaining superiority, generally military power, they can change the balance of the world economy. But this never worked, as you know. Just it costed so many lives and so many wasted time. But at the end, whatever the economy's balance, the global economic balance, became the dominant. I mean, look at Germany, for instance. I mean, Germany already had emerged a major dynamic global economic power before the First World War. Yeah. And then Germany experienced 2 world wars, Weimar Republic, the chaos of Weimar Republic, Nazi period. But then at the end of the Second World War, again, within 10 years, Germany recovered and became one of the major powers they had. So when people ask me the question in different words, but in a similar sense, they say that, well, China, look at China. China is, okay, a big economy, a global economy, but China is an unstable power, it's a communist state, and who knows what will happen next year. Of course, I mean, this is all true. I mean, who knows what will happen next year, what will happen to the government, state, communism may collapse, there may be some chaos, but at the end of the day, it will take some more years, and China will continue from this strength position again, because the power, the strength, the dynamism of the economy is something much more strong and important in historically long term than anything else. Yeah. Exactly, and the same goes for Turkey. It's not a matter of the government policy, individuals did this and that. Once the economy achieved that stage, that dynamic global or regional power stage, then nothing can stop that. Now, there may be ups and downs, but if you move 2 steps back and look from a historical angle, and you can see that the overall direction cannot be stopped, cannot be changed. So I don't know. I'm not sure whether it will be violent or peaceful, but I think that there's a door now for a peaceful, much more constructive transition because of this interdependency. And it seems the major powers seem to be aware of this. I mean, they are checking, they are trying various things, but there is no real obvious indication of they can initiate a world war. I mean, they can try regional wars as they have been doing for many years. But I don't think there will be any immediate risk of any major war right now.
As a follow-up to this question, I think, I guess, in the past, all hegemonic shifts occur through hegemonic wars. But right now, we are in the age of nuclear weapons. So a hegemonic war is impossible by nature of nuclear weapons. But at the same time, we have a 5-member Security Council system, and some of the states that are emerging powers are not happy with this system. I don't think China is the problem here. China is an internal challenger, if it is a challenger. So it is very happy and content with the existing rules of the international political economy. But India is not. And India, as the graphs and indicators show, will become number 3 economy and will be very much discontent with the existing rules of this international political system, if not the economic system, and will demand a change in this 5-member system, structure of the United Nations Security Council. Brazil is another state. Perhaps Brazil's accession might be easier than India because China has already stated that it will use its veto power in the case of a proposal to include India. So, but the problem here is these reforms must be done, as Tayyip Erdogan also, expresses in his address at the United Nations. Certain reforms must be done at the United Nations level, but at the same time the system is locked. But at the same time you cannot change the system through war. So reform is not possible because the member states are very happy with this. 5 members. So what to bring in the case? How to include these new rising powers into the international structure? G20 is a loose solution in my opinion. G20 is basically a forum, is a meeting, but it doesn't have any decision-making powers. So this is my, any other?
I had a comment about his Oğuz's questions that actually when we compare to the historical experiences that today's one we are facing, that today we have some kind of blocking mechanisms which blocks to the war in a hot way, let's say in a catastrophic way. Especially one of them is that if we say that the increasing consciousness on the human rights, increasing consciousness on the crimes against humanity. These are, and then also the norms and values are taken into consideration more than yesterday. States are becoming more, let's say, that more responsible, taking more responsibility than yesterday, and take care of what the citizens are thinking. But also,
but you have a crisis in Syria.
You have a crisis in Syria.
What happens?
Well, this is especially it's true. But on the other hand, still continuing, it creates a kind of discourse. Is creating a kind of psychological atmosphere in international area, which gives a fresh, how can I say fresh atmosphere to people who is fighting against the dictatorships. Which is also, while if it is continuing for more than 9 months, still continuing, it's because of the international psychological support. In a discursive level, even it will be a discursive level, because of the discursive level, they know that it will come to an agenda. This is like a kind of snowball effect. But it takes time, but we are not living in a kind of the dream worlds that we can do it within a second. Just we need time, but on the other hand, this increasing, especially relating to the Syria, the next one will be the more easier than the Syrian one. This is my maybe humble idea.
If there's another question, may I do a counter comment?
Sure, yeah.
Well, I agree, yeah, you're right about that. There's a like belief in terms of conscious.
I'm more optimistic too, honestly speaking.
I already like believe in that too, but what I'm gonna say, all these values associated with human life, rights, are also the products of a continual or the belief in continually expanding market economy. Leaders put emphasis on that. It's what I believe as a student of international political economy, because they believe that an open international system, markets interpenetrated with each other, is necessary. So all these values are like extensions of this. But once this profit levels decline, countries start to struggle with each other, or a little more powerful. And then in time, not all these leaders preserve their places. The danger is that they can be replaced with more radical names, and I don't think that we are totally away from such a sinister prospect.
Yeah, again, another.
In Greece, for example, a gentleman, I don't know what's his name, gained like 8% vote. He's quite racist. Yeah. And he's willing to put all the blame on Germany. Like, I don't think that we can be this optimistic, like, and all just continue in that fashion. When profit level declines, when economic substructure changes, also the names who rule over this changes. So, how could we be right?
Well, on the other hand, if you look at the international political economic history in the East, okay, in China, and either China or the India, it didn't happen like that. This is the story of the Western world. I mean,
but it happened in Germany.
It happened in Germany, okay, it's true. But
Japan.
we have also another story which happened in the India, especially in 18th or 19th century, while they are collapsing the Champa Empire or the Mongol Empire or the other states in the Central Asia, when they start to lose their financial. When they were in the financial crisis, they do not fight each other.
You are right, but
it's true that especially they are interconnected with each other as well. But the story is acted.
This is a contradiction of capitalism. All the pre-modern models, like the medieval economy, you do not have to grow every year. You do not have to get richer. Capitalism, the built-in purpose, goes into crisis the minute wealth accumulation stops. But we all human beings kind of feel that we are in a crisis if we are not any richer than yesterday. So this is the problem. Like in medieval ages, you can even like get poorer. And it's no longer a problem. But in capitalist system, as regimes, just you mentioned, those are, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Like if you cannot provide more wealth, then you are in trouble as a leader. This is the major legitimacy of your role.
So what is the end of it?
Huh?
So what is the end of it?
No, this is capitalism, so I'm more structured. While I was in university, I asked this question to one of my lecturers. I said, so it's going to be over soon? Back then I was more Marxist than now. I asked this question, I said, it's going to be over? Like, then you will say hello to socialism? He said, no. It's quite a bit more of a structure. He said, it finds ways to reproduce itself. So there's no end to this. Somehow we have to find a way, as Gokay explains, to limit its like maneuver space, make it a little more human. Maybe we should expect much less profit from this model like than now. I don't know how to do it. I would be so rich if I find a solution to this.
Thank you. Any other questions, different subject, and please feel free to jump on board, and graduate students who are most welcome.
There's no one. Can I raise a question?
Sure. Yes.
Yesterday we were talking with Oğuz about this, crisis, geopolitical implications on Turkey's foreign policy and in the world. So, in your assessment, this financial crisis, what are the geopolitical implications of that in Eurasia and in particular Turkey? How do you see that?
I mean, as you know, we've been writing on various aspects of crisis. Crisis first started as a financial crisis in 2007, and then immediately after the economic downturn, economic crisis accompanied. And then in the third stage, geopolitical dislocations start to emerge in terms of so-called Arab Spring. I don't call it Arab Spring. If you remember, in 2005 or 4, a group of economists and researchers in France they were looking at the Eurozone and the global patterns, and they provided a map, and I published this in Global Faultlines after 2008. And in that map, they were saying that geopolitical dislocations possibly following to a forthcoming financial and economic crisis. It was 2005 or 4. And they basically look, I think if you're a historian, you can understand this long-term perspective. This is not prediction, this is a projection on the basis of the evidence. Because we don't look at today and next week and yesterday, and we are not really influenced by day-to-day ups and downs. Of course there are ups and downs, but if you look at 10-year period, then you can see the pattern. If you look at all the data, all the production data, deficit, unemployment, everything, and then you can put them on paper and you can see the pattern. And these people have been doing this for the last 20 years maybe. And they said we are coming into a major turning point in the world economy. Financial crisis, economic crisis, and then they said, but the major consequence will be probably geopolitical dislocation. And this dislocation will happen, and then because they are in Paris and they are mainly concerned about the Eurozone, European area, they said, they also said in every zone there are center and periphery. And European periphery is North Africa. And they said in North Africa, and they identified the countries, and they colored them with red. I mean, Libya, Tunisia, and Egypt, Syria, and I think Jordan as well. And they colored them with red, and they said the reason why we colored them red is because of their economic policies, because of the amount of risky policies they introduced, and the percentage of the unemployment. And they said all these are young populations. Like a large number of people are university educated with no jobs, they are unemployed, and comparing with this with the rest of the European area, this is extremely dangerous. I mean, they pointed out this fact in 2004 and 5. And they didn't predict something, they just read the pattern. And this is exactly what happened. I think this is the geopolitical dislocation. And then what is happening in Greece now, what will be happening in Spain, maybe in Ireland, in Portugal, and probably in France, in Italy. These are like the influence of all the situation upon the political process, like changing governments, people going out to the street and protesting days after days, the governments falling down and or regimes changing. This is the geopolitical dislocation. And this is happening in relation to the Anglo-American center of the global financial crisis. So, I mean, I don't say this financial crisis is affecting everywhere. I mean, for instance, saying that the crisis didn't affect Turkey, that doesn't mean anything to me, because why should it? Because there are mainly, in simple terms, mainly two parts of the global economy. One is the declining part, and the other one is the emerging part. If you are on the emerging part, you are not supposed to be affected in the same way anyway. I mean, in the first few months, everybody is affected to some extent because everything stopped. But immediately, emerging powers, they recovered, or even within a few weeks, and they started to grow again. So it is not this shouldn't be a surprise, because if you look at this structure, if you see the countries in this sense, the declining and the emerging ones, then I don't think it will be a surprise. So in that sense, I don't see any potential geopolitical dislocations in relation to Turkey. In the region, yes, but not.
Other comments? Questions? Okay, thank you very much for participating. Thank you for coming.
We have 10 minutes.
We have 10 minutes break now, and then we will meet for a second.
10 dakika ara verelim arkadaşlar. Şeylerinizi yüklerseniz eğer. Her şey hazır. Tamam, o zaman 5 dakika içerisinde başlayalım çünkü. Güzel kontrol.
Borcu yok dediler. Ama böyle yerimiz yok yani. Yerimiz daha oynayamayacağız. Yani şey olarak, hayalimizde aslında somut olarak bir şey görmedik.
Evet.
Düşünecek bir şey orada da sevgiyle konuştum. Yani çok bir şey yok ki.
Ben sevgilim neyin zaten.
Erşen bir de içine bakabilir misin?
İşeri var mı?
Galiba ben de işte bu ara böyle bir şey
Ateşe çok teşekkür ederim.
yani şey böyle yani ne kadar hazır bir materyal de olsa ben de böyle şey oluyorum. Aslında evet, biraz da şeyden yoruldum, tempodan yoruldum. Yani haftaya da
Akşam bir yaz
şey var. 14'ünde üniversiteye gidip 5-16 çalıştaya gideceğim. Orada tam böyle şey değil.
İzmir.
Sunum yapmayacağım. 2 gün yoğun.
Mayıs'ta çok bereketli ya.
Bir tükenmez kalem alabilir miyim? Bunu direkt şeye ver.
Hocam ne haber ya?
Bunlar nasıl oluyor? Ne zaman yaptılar?
Ne haber?
Merhaba istemiyoruz dediler. Oturum iletişimde genel sektörde herhangi bir
Ne için dediler? Anlamadım ben.
Şeyden alın. Akif Demirci'den bana bir de izin olmuşlar.
Akşam yemeği için.
Akşam yemeği yok orada.
Zihinsel bir şey olarak stres ve zihinsel şey zor.
Şeylere daha çok.
İyi geldin. Bunlar sana atıp yaparız.
Bunu Arzu Hanım'a veriyoruz. Arzu Hanım geri kalan bütün her şeyi hallediyor.
Abi işte tamam o zaman. Sana bir
Bilmiyorum ben genel graduate'ler var.
Valla haklısın. Ben de bir şey hemen hızla. Neydi? Tabii. Ya daha doğrusu şöyle bir şey.
Gece yani.
Acayip bir çevirmişsin. Ben onu niye çevirmiştim ya? Mankind'dan tabii çevirdim. Yani insanlık böyle falan bir şey. Güzel bir kelime aslında bir taraftan ama sen onları bir düşünüyorsun tabii. Yani tam gibi bir anlamını yansıtabiliyorsun. Sen Gonca'yı tanıyorsun herhalde.
Bir yerden tanıyorum.
Gonca'nın aynı zamanda ben seni öyle söylediğim için ama tabii bizim adamın lise dönemine falan geldi.
Aynı dönem. Yani
ya hem o hem bir de tabii yani ister istemez zamanlarda bir şey yok. Şu an bir şey yok.
Ne var mı? Ne sakar?
Ama orada taşınıyor musun galiba? Bir şeyler var sana.
Yok. Ya bir gün bir zaman zaten 15 gün değil.
Zaten müzik yazarken yani mübarniğimiz diyor, onu bileyim, ona göre
Çocuk zaten
Ben onu söylerim ya. Onu söylerim.
yani bir de hani başvuranı almıyor.
Ama şey yapın da oradan
Bizim birinci sınıf öğrencisi böyle çok aktif, çok heyecanlı bir çocuk yani. Hiç herkesin şey yapmıyor. Yalnız şey dedi işte, Serin bunlar stajı demişler. Hani o da sezon stajı 2 aymış, bir ay olabiliyor mu ya da hani timing'i ayarlayabilirsen onda. Olmuyorsa sonra yıkış dönemi falan böyle parkta ama
şey yaparım ben onu sorayım
yani şey
telefonla.
konuşabilirsen.
Ankara'dan ST'ye başlıyorum.
Hadi ya, ne yapacağım?
İşte
Geleceğim.
proje var. O projenin yürütücüsü olarak.
Zafer şunu
Bir çakma. İşte öyle devam ediyor. Haftada 2 gün 15 gün.
Bana yok mu?
Mesela bir yer açtı biliyorsun.
Ben bunlar başka
Personel sistemden şunu da aldım.
Çağdaş.
Orada da işte bir testleri aslında tezin bir devamı gibi. O yüzden biraz bir şey yapmadım. Son oyunda asker
Muzaffer ben bir şirket toplantı salonundayız da bunların içeride hiçbirisi kalmadı. Şey var. Şeyler sekte askeri olarak. Neydi bunların?
Askeri mi bakış?
Askeri tabii. Askeri kendi dönüşü.
Ne bunlar? Termos termos.
bir de su getirsinler.
Biraz su getirebilir misiniz? Su yok burada.
Yapacağız. Yoğun bir şey.
Teşekkürler.
4 ayda.
Zafer
Aklıma gelmedi.
biz bize İngilizce konuşacağız.
Türkçe konuşabilirsiniz. Her şey oldu.
Hani sunumunu diyorum yani.
Sisteminde var. Onunla birlikte çalışacağımlar. Şey, proje odaklı sadece. Yani yoksa şey, bir tane asistan verdiler bana orada. Yani bu işte
Şey yarın da bizim
bir şey sağlayacak bana. Ben de işte
Oradaki zımbırtı benim.
ben öyle bir şey. Yani zaten var tabii. Yani öyle bir şey yoksa bir şey yok.
Bunlar günlerden
Bu aralar bir şey var yani elimde işler var ama böyle konuşmamda bir yardım yok. Dersine gelen yok. Böyle ciddi bir sorun olur.
bir şeyler yapıyoruz.
4 ay sonra orta ve uzun vadeli projeler var. Hocam 3 tane toplam proje var. Türkiye'de asker nasıl hem bir kurum olarak hem bir birey olarak bir de komparatif bir çalışma yapacağız. Türkiye işte askeri eğitimleri, askeri eğitimleri nasıl yapıyor, okullarda özellikle. İstanbul'da bir şey ama getiriyorlar. Söylediğim gibi gel biraz içeriden bir şeyler almayı düşünüyorum.
Hele şu anda
Çay kahve almak isteyen
Ne
var mı?
yapıyorsun? Şimdi var mı şeyler? Yeni şehirler, projeler.
Şu anda rahat
Proje yürümüyor. Çünkü böyle bir işler rahat.
Dersi de var senin değil mi?
Yok, böyle işim yok. Hiç konsantre olamıyorum.
Yapma ya. İdari iş.
7 tane para gitmiş.
İdari sen Bologna falan mı değil mi? Ben de tekrar geri döndüm başkan yardımcılığımızın bölümünde.
Öyle mi?
Allah bile fakülte bölündü bizim. Siyasal bilgiler oldu. Onun içinde var ya. Her gün şey hazırlıyoruz. Ne sen çalış bir şey yaparsın.
Yok yok, ya ben öyle okuyorum sen.
Abicim her dakika yok tanıtım şeyi, yok bilmem ne broşürü, yok bazı boyasının falan. Neyse ben de şey hani dedim. Yani gençleri temsilen bulunalım falan dedik ama iyi mi yaptık bilmiyorum işte. Aynı senin durumlardan değil inşallah.
O ilgileniyor.
Valla ben çok
Benim yazımı bugün yazdı şey biliyorum.
Bir araya yapmak da olmuyor.
Senin işte o var.
Servislerde proje vardı.
Personele gidiyormuş. Personele gidiyormuş. Personel
Sevinçleri şey değil mi? Azerbaycan'da diyorsun.
Yazıyormuş ama
Yani sevinçte ben çıkaracağım.
Tabii editör olmuştur sen en sonunda, doğru.
Editörlüğe şey yapsam 7-8 makale şey yapsın. Biliyorsun.
Tam çeviriyordum bir şey.
Benim şimdi
Ben de Bayram Balcı'yı falan gönderdim ona tabii doğru. Bayram Balcı'yı çevirdik.
İşte son
bir şey yok. Yani dersim yok, şuyum yok, buyum yok.
Yani vakit bulamadım oturup.
Gelsen tabii ya haklısın abi vallahi. Ama kendin vakit ayır ya öyle hani sırf idari işte.
Vallahi
Sana bir şey yok yani hani iyidir de tabii. Yani öbür taraftan da insanı şey yapar.
Görüşebildin mi?
Hocam dikkat edin kapıyı çarpmayın. Hatta kapıya bir şey koyun da.
Şöyle bir şey yok mu şuraya koysak?
Cemil Hoca çalışıyor orada.
Şurada bir şey yapabiliriz. Ha şöyle evet şey yap. Direkt sandalye koy.
Akademik çalışmak için iyi bir fırsat.
Ne haber Gonca nasıl?
İyilik vallahi.
İyi hoş geldin projeye. İyi olmuş.
Teşekkür ederim yani. Evet.
Araştırma.
Böyle ilgi çekince hemen ben...
Ay güzel enteresan bir şey bu aslında tabii.
Hocam tezi teslim ettim ben.
Hayırlı olsun.
İşte ne yapayım? Yani boşluktan değerlendirip çalışıyorum.
Ha, Muzaffer, bilgisayarını kullanabilir miyim? Tabii.
İyi vallahi.
Bizim orası zaten karman çorman şu ara. İşte demin gelirken apar topar nefes nefeste tanıtım şeyi PowerPoint sunumu istemiş Deka. 3'e kadar. Ya bugün 3'e kadar falan. Hani yarın sabah olsaydı.
Dekan da bayağı hızlı yani.
Şimdi aktif, dinamik, heyecanlı bir dekanımız var yani öyle diyeyim.
Kim dekanınız?
Dekanımız Marmara Belediyeler Birliği'nin eski başkanıymış adam. Böyle şey, pragmatik ve şey, to the point. Anlatabiliyor muyum? Biz tanıtım broşürleri hazırlayalım falan. 2 gün sonra falan. Ya bölüm başkan yardımcısı, bizim yeni bölüm başkanı Demiray. Ondan sonra ben de başkan yardımcısı. Ne oluyorsun? Bölümün bütün hızlı işlerini yine bize ama tabii hani çok şimdi yeni bölüm açılıyor. Türkçe uluslararası kuruyorlar. Türkçe siyaset bilimi uluslararası. Vay.
Evet, bayağı bir şeyimiz var ama
var. İşte onları oraya kaydırma falan var.
Arkadaşlar başlayalım isterseniz.
Hadi görüşürüz. Hangi çok?
Ne oldu? Benim oldu. Çoğu kişi gitti mi? Bülent Bey de mi bitti?
Hocam Bülent Bey'in aşağıda toplantıya katılması gerekti. Biraz önce çıktı. Aşağıda Kanat Hoca ile konuşuyorlar.
Nerede? Bir kat aşağıda mı? Ben ona bir şey soracağım. Bir şey konuşacağım.
İkinci katta olması lazım.
İkinci katta kimin odası?
Kanat Hoca'nın odasına gidiyor. Kanat Kendi'nin. Çağdaş Hoca'yı
ortamda çıkmıyor savaş. Bir konuşuyor.
Ay çağdaş yapıyor. Bunu yapacaksın diye geçecektim yani bir şey. Yani olsa ben anlatacak çok şey bulurum yani.
Bilmiyorum ki.
Yok. Siz nasıl paylaştınız konuşmayı?
Biz ayarladık kendimizi.
Tamam.
Arada biz bir tenis maçı yapıyoruz.
Tamam. İlk önce kim konuşuyor?
Ben başlıyorum. Ben sana mail atmıştım. Aldın mı?
Evet.
Ha.
Orada yazıyor muydu?
Hayır Yoruyu mail attım.
Bu aldım koydum orada mı zaten?
Ha tamam. Ya uzun aslında biraz ama 15 dakikada bitiriyoruz yani. Sen uzatmazsan. Siz aynı bekliyorsunuz. 15 dakikada bitireceğiz. Bitireceğiz yani.
İngilizce?
Yes.
Yeah.
English or Turkish?
English.
Okay. Welcome to the last session of this workshop. Actually, it's a pleasure for me to be a chair. Actually, I'm a volunteer chair here because our real chair, Sadık, Ünay, unfortunately couldn't participate in this session. And we are going to discuss actually the global affairs, and mainly this session will focus on Eurasian affairs. We have five speakers, but 4 presentations. Our first presenter is Gonca Oğuz from Marmara and Gebze Institute of Technology, Advanced Technology. Also, before introducing you, let me say I'm very sorry I couldn't participate in the previous sessions. Therefore, I hope you will have valuable discussions in the previous sessions. Gonca Oğuz got her BA from Koç University, and she has recently finished her PhD from Marmara University. She was visiting scholar in Minnesota Political Science Department, and his dissertation was about the role of United Nations in the Turkish foreign policy. She now focuses on Turkish-American relations and Iranian nuclear policy, and her last article was about UN EU security cooperation after the Kosovo crisis. Now today she will speak about the crisis of the UN system in a changing world politics and its implications for Turkish foreign policy. Please.
Thank you very much. First of all, it's very nice to be here in such a workshop, which I believe its subject is very much interesting, especially considering the time period we are discussing it. We are here today to discuss the structural crises of the world system, and we are trying to map the faultlines of it. Under this broad title of the crisis of the world system, my paper will specifically focus on the crisis of the UN system in changing world politics and its implications for Turkish foreign policy. As all the presentations before me indicated clearly, we are witnessing a moment in history in which there is an accelerated change in the way the world is organized. On the one hand, recent financial and economic crises pushes the parameters of the established world economic system to its limits. On the other hand, mass civil uprisings demanding democracy and calling for revolution in the Middle East and North Africa region has shaken the authoritarian political systems which were seemingly secure in their places up until now. Under this picture of rapidly changing and highly dynamic world politics, United Nations still stands as the world's most ambitious institution, with its aim of saving future generations from the scourge of war. Yet UN was established in 1945 after the Second World War by the victorious states of the Second World War, and it still reflects the post-Second World War order. In other words, UN resists the process of structural and systemic changes going on, and it remains what we can call a frozen system. In fact, the World Organization faced specific difficulties, challenges, just after its establishment in the Cold War years. It was the target of high expectations and also equally severe criticisms in 1990s humanitarian and regional crises. Especially in the last decade, and after the 2003 Iraq invasion by US, UN has become one of the world's most criticized institutions with respect to its effectiveness. Today, the organization is almost 70 years old, and it still resists the dynamics of changing world politics, which further increases the already deep-rooted contradictions and tensions in its system. This picture highlights the importance of the question whether the UN system is in crisis, and also the possible implications of these increased tensions on its system for world politics generally and specifically for Turkish foreign policy. With this introduction, the main purpose of my paper is to analyze the sources and the effects of the crises of the UN collective security system specifically in changing world politics, with specific reference to its implications for new Turkish foreign policy. Accordingly, the first part of my paper will address the question of the crisis in the UN system by specifically focusing on the role of the Security Council in world politics. What kind of structural challenges the UN Security Council is facing today? What makes these challenges crucial enough to talk about a crisis? In order to understand the structural challenges or crises of the Security Council, one should first ask what role and roles the Council is expected to play in world politics. What kind of an actor is it, and how it influences world politics? What are its sources of power, if there is any, and how it exercises its power? Which tool or tools it uses to produce outcomes, in fact, in world politics? In search of answers to this question, the first part of my paper will briefly discuss the role of the Security Council in world politics with respect to different schools of thought. Here I'm not going to go into detail of these discussions, but to briefly mention what's important here is that from different theoretical perspectives, namely from a power-based, from an interest-based, from a knowledge or normative-based, or by using different conceptualizations of UN, namely as UN as a soft power in world politics, or UN as an authority in world politics. What's important here is that UN's role and ability to create outcomes, to influence world politics, is to a large extent derived from, or is a function of, its legitimacy and its legitimization role. In other words, Security Council's weight as an actor in world politics is highly dependent upon its legitimizing role. The UN does not have troops to send. A coalition of the willing can exert much more military influence than UN, but it is still an important actor in world politics. Having said that, the paper will then try to map the structural challenges the Security Council is facing today, or possible areas of crises with respect to its role and with respect to its legitimacy in world politics. In this regard, three dimensions, namely representativeness, accountability, and effectiveness, could be defined as the areas of the most forefront structural challenges towards the Security Council system, and specifically its role and legitimacy in changing world politics. When it comes to the issue of representativeness, the Council's 5 permanent members, as we all know, with veto power, were supposed to represent the world's power centers. However, there are emerging other power centers today, as we all discussed until now, that are not represented in the Council. Also, absence of the representation for different regions, like from Asia, Latin America, Africa, is also a problem of representativeness. Moreover, some scholars also argue that none of the Muslim countries are represented in the Security Council, which poses also a problem of the representativeness of the Council, which we call as the voice of the international community. A second point is accountability. When it comes to the issue of accountability, it's argued that some kind of accountability is essential for UN to be legitimate in world politics. The 5 permanent members of the Security Council are never held accountable through elections. In theory, the performance of the non-permanent members, which are 10, also may affect their performance, may affect their chances of re-election, but in practice this is never the case. So accountability of the non-permanent members could be argued to be also weak. And also there is this question concerning the accountability of the UN Security Council decisions. This was the high issue in 1990s regional and humanitarian crises, especially in Bosnia, in Rwanda. The UN decisions to intervene or not to intervene were discussed a lot, but the organization is never held accountable for what it decides or decides not. Therefore, we can also put Syria into this discussion. Also this poses a challenge to UN's role in world politics. This accountability issue is also another dimension. When it comes to effectiveness, it's a long debate of UN's effectiveness. Effectiveness, in fact, has been an issue since its establishment. Some scholars argue that veto mechanism negatively contributes UN effectiveness in world politics. On the other hand, it's also argued that increasing the number of non-permanent members in order to make this organization much more representative will negatively contribute, will, in other words, dramatize the already deep contradictions in its system of and it will decline its effect, further decline its effectiveness. Especially after the 2003 Iraq War, UN's effectiveness is highly criticized on the ground that it was ineffective in preventing illegitimate use of force. The US intervention or invasion in Iraq. Yet some also argue that while judging the UN's effectiveness, one should also consider the broad mission given to organization and also its organizational limits. What all discussions of structural challenges tell us is that UN's frozen system of collective security faces an increased pressure for structural change, which is also further increased with the ongoing global systemic transformations. We are talking about the global shifts on the centers of power, which will further increase the tension, already inherent tensions in the system. This creates, I argue, a tension in which the organization will either somehow reorganize its system to adopt the process of change in world politics or face some kind of disempowerment. In this respect, the second part of the paper will specifically focus on the implications of this full picture for new Turkish foreign policy. How does the increased tension in UN system affect Turkey's new foreign policy? What are the continuities and changes in how Turkey approaches UN in its foreign policy? What might be the implications of these challenges on how Turkey positions itself in the UN system? In this respect, first of all, we should define what's new in Turkish foreign policy. What is new and how this new dynamics reflected in Turkey's approach to UN affects its foreign policy. This paper argues that the increasing tensions in the UN system has important implications, both opportunities and limitations for the new Turkish foreign policy. First of all, Turkish new foreign policy vision highly depends on the idea of being one of the main actors in the construction of the new regional and global orders. In this regard, UN has become one of the most important arenas for acting out this new vision of Turkish foreign policy. The effects of this foreign policy vision could be traced in Turkey's application for Security Council membership in both 2009 and 10, and now for the 2015 and 2016 period. It's also visible in Turkey's co-initiative with Spain under UN called the Alliance of Civilization. In other words, Turkey acts as a normative power, both in its region and in global politics, and at times even criticizes UN for not being able to meet the expectations of today's world politics. We were used to these kind of approaches towards the UN in 2003 Iraq war, towards US behavior in 2003. Therefore, Turkey adapts itself a normative vision in how he acts in world politics. However, Turkey has a long tradition of acting within the terms and decisions of the United Nations in its foreign policy, with specific reference to international legitimacy principle. Therefore, despite its deep-rooted contradictions and tensions in its system, UN is still a powerful actor with its legitimization role in both world politics and also in Turkish foreign policy. In this regard, UN resolutions confer both political and legal legitimacy to state actions, not only in their foreign policies, but also in their domestic policies. UN resolutions studies argue that UN resolutions are very much effective in preventing domestic resistance to states' foreign policies. Considering all these in Turkish foreign policy, for example, in Syria, United Nations poses both opportunities for Turkey to show her new vision and her new activism and for her new quest for being, let's say, if it's a regional actor, a power, or even a hegemon, regional hegemon, but also it also limits her activeness. Therefore, we could argue that with its function of legitimizing state conduct, UN still remains a unique of its kind, a frequent reference point for states on their both domestic and foreign policies. Therefore, this paper asserts that Turkey's ability to play a central role, which is the vision of its new foreign policy, in fact, is still highly contingent upon the ability and willingness of the UN to reorganize its structure to meet the demands of changing world politics. Finally, I will sum up my presentation by borrowing a former Assistant Secretary to UN and also an IR scholar, Ramesh Thakur's quote, quoting him, "The interesting thing about Richard Wagner's music is that it isn't as bad as it sounds." To some extent, this might be true for UN. With all its deep-rooted contradictions, tensions, and almost a century-old system, it is interestingly still an important cloud in world politics, which I argue in turn makes it necessary to question its role not only in world politics generally, but also in Turkish foreign policy specifically. And I guess I will conclude here. Thank you.
Thank you for your interesting speech. Now we are going to listen to two speakers. They both did their PhDs in the University of Kiel.
In the same university.
Same university.
Same supervisor.
Yeah.
Same master.
Classmates. Assistant Professor Emre İşeri from Katılımcılar University. He actually wrote two master theses, and one of them is the U.S. policy towards European integration, the case of Turkey's accession to the EU, and another one is Turkey's security relations with the U.S. and the EU in the post-September 11 period. And he earned his PhD from, as we said, from Kiel University. His dissertation title is The U.S. Grand Strategy and the Eurasian Heartland in the 21st Century, with special reference to the main Caspian oil export pipeline, Baku Tiflis-Ceyhan. Now he's working for Katılımcılar University, and he has published academic articles in numerous books and journals, both in Turkey and abroad. Another classmate of Oğuz Dilek, he also did his PhD in Kiel. The title of his dissertation is Political Economy of the U.S. Post-Cold War Strategy within the Greater Middle East. Now he's focusing on international political economy, energy geopolitics, and Eurasian geopolitics. Currently, he's working for the University of Zirve in Gaziantep. Now you are going to talk about Turkey's regional powerhood in the Middle East at the time of our peoples. Please.
First, I'm standing.
You have 15 minutes.
All right. So we're gonna try to get. So first of all, I would like to thank Professor Bülent Gokay is not here with us, and also Muzaffer for organizing this workshop. We are more than pleased to be here. So as you mentioned, our title is Turkey's regional powerhood in the Middle East, or penetrated Middle East, that's what we call it. At the time of Arab upheavals, the starting research question for us was that, before writing that, to what extent Turkey is capable to transform conflict within the Middle East at the time of Arab uprisings. And we gave an answer to them, and this turned out to be our main argument. Even though Turkey is a rising regional power in the region, her regional powerhood does not yet suffice to transform Middle East regional insecurity complex into a security community. As vividly revealed in Turkey's impotence to transform conflictive issues such as Israel-Syria conflicts, Iranian nuclear crisis, and as more recent developments, Arab fall in Syria and Iraq. There are, and we said that there are several reasons for that. The first one is systemic, the continual penetration of external powers such as the US to the region. The second one is subsystemic, which my friend is going to talk about later on, contending visions of Turkey, Israel, and Iran as regional powers in the region. And the third one is related to Turkey. Turkey is devoid of a domestic democratic authority necessary to achieve three qualities ascribed to a regional hegemon to transform the region. The first one is international prestige. The second one is self-restraint on its foreign policy ambitions. And the third one, third limitation, is the credibility as an honest peace broker. So due to shortage of time, me and my colleague are gonna talk briefly on our points. If you have questions, we'll be more than pleased in the Q&A part, answer them in the Q&A part. So, I started with the conceptualizing the Middle East as a regional insecurity complex. The regional layer, as the locus of our seminar talk, is described by Beribuzan as a distinct and significant subsystem of security relations existing among a set of states whose fate is locked into a geographical proximity. The resulting regional formulation can be labeled as a regional security complex, which denotes a set of units whose major process of securitization and desecuritization, or both, are so interlinked that their security problems cannot be reasonably analyzed or resolved apart from one another. And Middle East is an insecure region because first it is highly penetrated region by external regional actors, especially the US, to a lesser extent Russia, as we see in Syria. The second, presence of three competing principal regional actors, Turkey, Iran, and Israel. And the third one is composed of hybrid sovereign states, which we brought the term from Gokay, mainly concerned with their regime insecurities. So by considering these insecurity breeding factors in the Middle East, it is plausible to label as a conflict-ridden regional insecurity complex. And ongoing transition in the region through the so-called Arab Spring, as many thought so, could be a ripe moment for a transformation process towards positive peace environment in the region. In this context, many have set their eyes on NATO member, EU candidates, Muslim populated, emerging regional power, Turkey to lead the process. Before elaborating on Turkey's regional role in the Middle East, I think it would be plausible to talk about concepts that I'm using: what's regional power, what's regional powerhood. the end of the superpower overlay with the remnant of the Cold War era precipitated the emergence of regional powers as key actors. And regional powers may not matter much at the global level, but within their regions, they both determine the local patterns of security relations and the way in which those patterns interact with the international system. They, regional powers, by assuming significant roles, began transforming the geographies in their nearby vicinity according to their needs. And the contribution of regional powers to the regional order are never always negative or always positive. They can also be indifferent or insignificant. And this takes us to three ideal type variants of regional powerhood: detached regional powers, regional dominators, and regional hegemons. And in broader sense, a regional dominator can be identified as one that commands and forcefully mobilizes obedience from the lesser states. In our assessment, Israel is a good example in that regard, as a region dominator. The second concept is detached regional power is deprived of either sufficient resources or identification with the region necessary to enforce its will upon neighboring states. And in our assessment, again, Turkey during the Cold War years or in the 90s could be a good example of a detached regional power in the Middle East.
Disinterestedness.
Disinterestedness, and the problem is about identification. So you have the problem of enforcing your will upon the others. And the third concept, and squarely different from these two forms, is a regional hegemon that attains capability and well-articulated interest to assume a pioneering position in settling down regional disputes through producing consent of other states and people without military menacing. So many optimists may believe that Arab Spring was the right moment regarding Turkey as ready to precipitate a demonstrative effect to transform the conflict-ridden Middle Eastern insecurity complex into security community. However, there are mainly three different but still connected sources of intelligence on Turkey to play that role. The first one is, as we mentioned, penetration of the western core of the region, US in particular, its penetration. The second, competing visions of Turkey, Israel, and Iran. And finally, the domestic deficit of Turkish politics and its implications on regional power. First, I'm starting with the first one, first impediment, the recurrent penetration of external powers in the Middle East. Is the first impediment on Turkey to play that role. Hybrid sovereign states of Arab Middle East, from their very inception, have sought out the backing of colonial European powers. First, the British and French empires, and then that of United States, subsequently, for protection against their own domestic oppositions and or other stronger regional states in the region. And all of these are set in motion by the former colonial states that artfully insinuated insecurity into the structure of Middle East regional order composed of, as I mentioned, many hybrid sovereign states that are mainly concerned with their region securities. And Ankara, with its newfound confidence, vocally calls Middle East of today as an outlived remnant of the colonial past, thus openly advising a major revision of this conflict-driving regional order. With its ascending material means, as a professor was talking about, Ankara has moved to adopt a new policy line, gently disagreeing with United States, that's continuing its extra-regional hegemony strategy while still avoiding open confrontation with this major Western power. But of course there's a problem, there's a limitation on Turkey because as we see in Turkey's political defiance of the United States, still we see penetration closing with Israel in the region. So in Ankara's repeated criticism of Israel's overuse of aggressive military force during regional disagreements that culminated with the flotilla crisis, taking the life of 8 Turkish citizens 2 years ago. And as a recent development, Interpol's red alert against Sunni Hashimi can be considered under that heading. So now I'm giving floor to my colleague. He's gonna talk about competing visions of Israel, Turkey, and Iran as the second impediment of Turkey to transform the region.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. İşeri. Yeah, this is what I'm going to talk about today, these competing visions and the very sources of this contention among these 3 major powers. Indeed, Turkey is unable to convince 2 other regional powers, Iran and Israel, to build some sort of security community in the Middle East. And this is the security discourse of these 2 powers that hold them from partaking in Turkey's endeavor of building a security community, or we feeling as we. So let's start with explaining this. What is the security community in general, and we feeling in particular, because this is the very basis of a security community, and it's what we lack in the Middle East. No Middle Eastern will think that there's a we. A security community is an imagined geography in which states tend to recognize each other's foreign policy concerns and interests as legitimate, pursue common objectives, jointly believe in peaceful change, and most critically, they exclude violence as means of achieving foreign policy objectives. After saying this, Iranian and Israeli national narratives or identities, that of Auschwitz and Ashura paradigm, Ashura is basically Ashura, like we also know it, these paradigms also govern their regional behaviors, are each a refusal of what we understand from security community or we feel. To start with Iranian national narrative, Iranians do believe that their nation is in a constant struggle against injustice and the forces of evil, or Satan. The United States is a big one, Israel is a small one, as we all know. That's how they call that. Second of all, any sort of foreign powers involvement in Iran's close-by areas is considered to be malicious, whatever is that. That's how they see it. Because Iran endured one of the longest terms of imperialistic intervention in its history, Muzaffer is only one of them, his overthrow. I can give basically 2 verses to define Israeli national narrative from Bible. One of them is that Elias hates Jacob. Elias Yakup'tan nefret eder. As you know, they are all brothers. Elias is the forefather of Arabs, and Jacob is the forefather of Israelis. It says that Israel's enemies have an irreconcilable enmity toward Israel. Am I missing something? And yes, and this enemy reincarnated in every single generation over and over again under different guises. It was first Rome, then Catholic Church, and then Hitler's Germany, and then Nasser Egypt, and nowadays it's Iran, Mullah's Iran. Another verse, which is also a piece of Israeli national identity, Israel is one against many. So according to this, Israel doesn't need any sort of international approval or legitimacy to achieve its foreign policy, and actually to protect itself by any means available, including bombing some other nation's soil, as we saw seen in Iraq in 1981. They bombed Osira. So, motivated by this sort of insecure or aggressive identities, these 2 nations totally criminalize each other's presence. And more so, they actually see any sort of democratic change in the Middle East, this is what Turkey is trying to achieve, as something deleterious to their interests, to their national identity. I'm going to give one of them, a case study, is Syria. Iranians oppose any democratic change in Syria, not because they feel any sort of sympathy for Assad necessarily. It's their fear that this is yet another imperialistic conspiracy designated to devoid Iran from one of its key allies in Damascus. Israel, on the other hand, is so interesting, also very much against any change in Damascus. And they are sober to the fact that in a sort of democracy in Syria and elsewhere in the Middle East will eventually deliver a massive blow to Israel's sole tenet of legitimacy, which is, is what they tell to the world, surrounded by dictatorships. They are insane, they are mad, they are unreasonable, and they are motivated by some sort of religious or ideological zeal. So they are like total mad people. So I have all the right to kind of prevent them. By the same token, Iran's ambitious
Kankacığım 5 dakika kaldı. Ben 20 dakika sonra gider miyiz?
It's not my fault. Okay, I'm gonna leave behind this nuclear program thing. This floor is yet again yours.
So we were talking about third impediments on Turkey. The first one penetrated, the second one that he was talking about competing visions, and the third one is Turkey's democratic deficits and implications on regional powerhoods. The EU venture has always been paramount for Turkey to further its democratization, it's an integral piece of Turkey's role model, appeal to the rest of the Middle East, to people as a predominantly Muslim country. And indeed, thanks to this Europeanization through EU conditionality between 2002 and 2006, Turkey has begun to shift its foreign policy perception from a zero-sum mentality to a new position that is conducive to Europe's good neighborhood policy. However, this pro-European stance was to wane soon, leaving its place to the stalled accession negotiation with Brussels. And in this regard, it should come as no surprise that the economic intelligence reports describe Turkish democracy as hybrid, ranking it even below Ghana and Albania. And this obvious derailment from EU prompted democratization reforms grossly sets back Turkey's ability to transform the regional insecurity complex of the Middle East in at least 3 ways. The first one is it suffocates Turkey's international regional prestige to transform the region into democracies. The second problem, it weakens domestic dynamics necessary to accomplish self-restraint on articulating chosen foreign policy objectives, as we see in Turkey's position in Arab Fall, as Syria and Iraq nowadays. And finally, it drags Turkey into a partisan gesture in the mediation of regional disputes, such as recently revealed in Ankara's position in between Maliki and Hashimi. All in all, mainly due to a distant membership prospect to the EU, a mode of hyperactivity rather than proactivity came to dominate Turkey's regional powerhood at a time of Arab uprisings. And clearly, this type of power projection of Turkey will not suffice to transform the conflict within the Middle East insecurity complex into a security community. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. I hope you will have enough time to
Yeah, sure. That's what we are looking for.
Let's turn to the missing point in the Turkey's new foreign policy. Dr. Suna Gülfer, Ihlamur, will talk about the Turkey's migration and the asylum policy. Let me introduce her. She got her BA degree in METU, Ankara, and her MA degree from University of Kent. And her PhD thesis, which was based on the fieldwork in Romania and Italy, was the Romanian Orthodox Church in Italy. the construction of Romanian, Italian, transnational Orthodox space. She is focusing on transnational migration studies, European integration, and religious studies. And she has several publications in these areas. So, please.
Thank you. Before I start, I would like to thank Professor Gokay, who's not here, İşeri University, but particularly Muzaffer, for making this possible, for me being here and presenting or participating in this workshop. Thank you. And today I'll be discussing the changes in migration and asylum policy practices and patterns and systems to and from Turkey, and I will try to elaborate to how and to what extent this is linked with the changes in Turkish foreign policy, global affairs, global politics, and regional politics. So in a sense, how this change in asylum and migration is kind of embedded in global, regional, and local national changes. And of course, I will try to make a case for Turkish foreign policy makers to put more emphasis on asylum and migration issues, or create this link, this missing link between these two policy or issue areas. When I have limited time, I normally tend to speak very fast. When I have limited time, I speak faster. So Turkish Airlines is my only rival. So if I speak very fast, please kind of slow me down. International migration is not a new phenomenon. It has been with us for centuries. Actually, it's as old as the human history itself. And it's a major force of social transformation in the world, in the modern world, and it is now a global phenomenon affecting different parts of the world today. And according to Kessels and Miller, the age of we are living in is the age of migration. 21st century will also be the age of migration. So it will be, migration is with us, and it's going to be with us in the near future. Turkey's experience with migration is not new either. Turkey has long been a country of asylum. It can be even traced back to the Ottoman era, especially 19th century, early 20th century, the dissolution of the Ottoman Empire and nation-building processes, which kind of pushed many people out, uprooted many people in Balkans, in Caucasus, in Anatolia, and in the Middle East. So Turkey was affected by that. And Turkey is a receiving country or a host country of immigration, even though it did not get credit for it for a long time. However, until the 1980s, migration, immigration, and asylum, let's say, systems targeting Turkey were kind of limited to people of Turkish descent and culture, so Muslim Turkish speakers or people of ethnic groups that can easily melt into the Turkish nation. And this kind of brings us to Turkey's traditional migration and asylum policy, which is, of course, strongly shaped by this transition from a multicultural, multi-religious empire to a nation state, from Ottoman Empire to Turkish Republic, and from a very liberal migration policy towards a restrictive one. And it's also very much linked with homogeneous nation-building concerns and sustaining that national identity. Up until today, Turkey kind of dealt with migration and asylum issues with pieces of legislation. I don't have time to discuss each and every one of them, but there are a couple of ones that I have to mention. One is, the first one is 1934 Turkish Law on Settlement, which kind of, the council gives the right to a council of ministers to decide who can settle in Turkey, to have right to migrate or apply for refugee status in Turkey. And people of Turkish descent and culture, Türk soyu ve kültür, have that right. This also explains this traditional migration policy and asylum policy that Turkey has. Another important document, Turkey is a party to 1951 UN Convention on Refugees. This is the most important international document which defines who can be a refugee. A refugee is someone who has a well-founded fear of being persecuted due to his race, his political views, his membership into a sect, and so on. And when he or she is returned back to his or her country, she will or he will face persecution, torture, even his or her life will be at risk. And Turkey is also party to 1961 protocol with a geographical limitation. It means Turkey has a two-tiered asylum policy. Turkey grants refugee status only to refugees originating from Europe. Even though majority of the asylum seekers in Turkey are from elsewhere in the world, from the Middle East, from Asia, and from Africa as well, but they cannot be granted refugee status. They can be only given the right to temporary stay, and based on the agreements that Turkey has with the United States, Canada, New Zealand, Sweden, and so on, they are resettled in a third country. 1994 asylum regulation, which is amended in 1999 and 2006, regulates Turkey's asylum to temporary asylum regime. And we have a draft law pending submission to the parliament, and if it is approved, Turkey will finally have a full-fledged single law in dealing with migration and asylum issues. And there's also a new other law on the fight against human trafficking and smuggling. As I said before, Turkey is original or traditional known as a country of immigration, or as a sending country, as a source country, and it's kind of the first component of Turkey's migration policy. One major reason for that is, of course, these guest worker agreements that Turkey started to sign with first Germany in 1961 and with other Western and Northern European countries. But it is not limited to that. In 1967, Turkey signed another agreement with Australia. These two kind of patterns actually were at the start temporary, but they gain a permanent kind of status through family unification. Also, in the case of Europe, we have to talk about in the 1980s, the asylum seekers, leftist asylum seekers in the 90s, Kurdish asylum seekers. 1973 is an important day, the oil crisis and following recession in European economies and restructuring kind of diverted migratory systems towards many countries from Turkey. And also we have in the 1990s, with the fall of the communist regimes or the end of the Cold War, we have another migration system emerging from Turkey towards Central Asia, Russia, and Eastern Europe. So today there are around 6 million Turks, and majority of them are actually permanent. And around 1 million Turkish citizens have the citizenship of the host countries. They went as temporary migrants. But today I define Turkey as a migration transition country, which means Turkey is also becoming a migration receiving country, not only ethnic Turks or people of Turkish culture or descent. Starting from the 80s, we see a second component of migration policy emerging, so Turkey as a receiving country. Of course, Turkey is receiving particularly irregular migrants from mainly Eastern Europe, but it's not limited to that, transit migrants. So they are not planning to stay in Turkey, but they, according to IOM report, transit migrants stay up to 4 or 5 years in Turkey, so it's quite a long period of time. From the Middle East, Asia, and Africa, we have circular migrants from mainly Eastern Europe again. Return migrants, which means Turkish guest workers are returning back to settle in Turkey. Highly skilled migrants working in transnational corporations, also students, including Erasmus students who stay afterwards for work purposes. We have another interesting strand emerging, retired migrants settling along the Aegean coast and Mediterranean coast, and we have the sports players. You can see the irregular flows. I don't think it's very clear, but it includes Africa, Middle East, and also ex-Soviet territories. And of course, they have different, as you can see, it's also very difficult to differentiate who's an asylum seeker and who is actually irregular migrant, or who has political, who has economic motivations. If you look at the motivations here, the first important motivation is the political, and you here see social, cultural, and religious, which means they actually are refugees or asylum seekers, but there's also an economic dimension, lack of work, poverty, and so on. So they're both interlinked. And there are 3 important countries, sending countries or source countries, Iraq, Iran, and Afghanistan. And there are African countries. Somalia is an important one here. And of course, there are different reasons for choosing Turkey. For instance, for Iranians, is proximity, also ease of border crossing, the presence of UNHCR office and so on. So different countries or different groups have different motivations. And for Africans, it's actually a transit country. But of course, this is also changing. This might also change. So I'll try to elaborate on these reasons behind this change. As I said before, there are global, regional, and local national factors. I'll try to kind of summarize them into 5 premises. Of course, they're all interlinked. So first of all, Turkey's geographical location. Turkey is at the heart of, let's say, or at the crossroads of different civilizations, different continents. And of course, this means Turkey is also on the road to various migratory roads, both as a country of origin or sending country, as a transit country, and also as a destination. Recently, its proximity to the EU is very important. In addition to that, its bid for EU membership, which makes Turkey as one of the most important pathways and waiting rooms, particularly for transit migrants who are whose destination is Europe. EU since the 1990s, early 1990s, is trying to come up with create a common immigration and asylum policy, and also it has consequences for candidate countries, for new members, even for third countries, because through that harmonization at the EU level, EU is also trying to externalize its policy on migration and asylum, and it also leads to politicization, securitization, and economization of asylum and migration issues. And EU is trying to, I would call it, shift the burden on the shoulders of other countries. Turkey is one of them. And because of this policy, Turkey is like to become a first country of asylum. So if a refugee or asylum seeker leaves his country, the first country that he or she will arrive is Turkey. And if he or she has a possibility, they will apply to Turkey to become refugees. And this will kind of, Turkey, that's why it's scared of being a buffer zone or dumping ground, as some Turkish officials call it, for unwanted refugees or unwanted, let's say, irregular migrants. Second premise is linked with the global shift of which we have discussed in the first half of today's workshop. I would say it's not something new. Regional or world wars, major economic crisis, or shifting of power balances always uproot people, have an impact on human mobility. And of course, end of the Cold War and the New World Order that's in the making will have implications not only for the world but also for Turkey. And of course, I can't go into detail, but you all already know it very well. With the end of the Cold War, Turkey faced two major crises. The first one is war in Yugoslavia, the second one is in Iraq, and also I will mention Afghanistan. They're all located at the buffer zones, as Ahmet Davutoğlu calls them, as micro models of their regions. I would also call Mahans debatable. They are kind of located at debatable zones of Mahan or Spicesman, Rimland maybe. So they kind of felt the shock waves first, and they kind of felt these devastating or destruction first, maybe destructive forces. And Turkey was definitely influenced by that. Turkey kind of granted temporary refugee status first to Bosnians, then to Kosovars. The same thing happened with the Iraqi Kurds in 1991, the biggest refugee crisis after the Second World War. Turkey had to face it. And of course, due to sectarian violence and so on, I can't go into detail about this migration from irregular migrants and transit migrants, particularly Iraqi Christians, passed through Turkey, Iraqi Kurds, and also the Iraqi Turkmens. There are three groups. So migration is going on. Turkey is one of the most important countries as a country of transit and destination. And of course, the fall of the communist regimes in Eastern Europe meant feminization of migration, and Turkey was one destination for domestic and care workers, women working in tourism, entertainment, and it also has linked with prostitution and also forced, or let's say, trafficking in women, which I believe also is, I don't see trafficking as an underside of globalization. It's a natural result of globalization of capital. We can discuss that later. And September 11, so-called war and terror invasion of Afghanistan had implications for Turkey. Afghanis are the third largest refugee group in Turkey, as you have seen. And of course, there are many Afghanis, around 30,000 between 1994 and 1995 and 2004, apprehended by Turkish forces. Iraqis are the first group. And I will pass these. The Iranians, Iraqis, and Afghanis are the first three groups, and you can see here Somalia is another important group that we have to keep in mind. The third premise is linked with the, of course, Turkish economy, economic growth that Turkey is going through, which will attract. It already attracts, but it will attract further migrants. I'm not going to go into detail, but Turkey is the 16th biggest economy, 5th biggest economy in Europe, and 16th in the world. It has a steady growth rate of 6%. It's expected to continue. And of course, proactive Turkish foreign policy that Turkey is pursuing in the Middle East to attract, for instance, Gulf capital and so on, has a role to play also in the expansion of trade volume and so on. And the creation of trade links will mean that it will attract or has an impact on the, I would say, migration and asylum patterns. And Istanbul is an important economic player, not only that in terms of the cultural sphere as well. It's becoming a global city. Actually, it's a global city. It's 41st among 65 global cities. And it will attract multinational corporations into Istanbul and highly skilled personnel, and also irregular or low skilled migrants to provide these services that they will need, and they will work mainly in the informal sector. We don't know the size of the informal sector, but majority of the irregular migrants work in that. So we have to take into consideration the formal economy as well as the informal economy. The fourth premise is about the Arab revolutions. Of course, it is leading to drastic changes, and it will have, of course, again, as global force at the regional level, it will uproot many people, it will lead to irregular flows and refugee flows. Turkey is already feeling the refugee flows from Syria, hosting many refugees from Syria. And of course, when the route to Eastern Mediterranean route to Italy, Spain, Greece, and Malta is closed, because the leaders were kind of concerned this increasing rate of irregular migrants, that route shifted to Turkish-Greek border or Eastern Mediterranean route. And now there are a couple of reasons behind this. Visa-free area that Turkey is trying to create with these countries, particularly Syria, Lebanon, Iran, Yemen, and again with Syria, 2009 is the date when the free visa regime is accepted. And it means that Turkey had an open door policy towards Syrians, which kind of facilitated the arrival of Syrian refugees. And there are many human smuggling networks operating between Turkish-Greek border, and cheap flights from these countries to Turkey. They can arrive to Istanbul airport, and it is not very far away from Greek-Turkish border, and so on. Through the smuggling networks, they can reach Turkey to Greece and other European countries. I can't go into the Libyan crisis, but there are around 25,000 Libyan workers. They are willing to go back to Syria. And it shows how trade links and migration is kind of linked. The last premise, of course, is the very proactive Turkish foreign policy. It has implications on the direction of migration flows from and to Turkey. I will just mention the rediscovery of Africa. Turkey is putting so much emphasis on Africa in political terms. Trade links and trade relations are improving. Turkey is now one of the major donors for Somalians and so on. But we have so many African transit migrants. There are many Somalians here, and they're also hungry, and they're in hardship. So we have to keep in mind, we have to provide services, reception facilities for Somalians who are here, and maybe they will be residents, or they will kind of consider Turkey as a destination country. And of course, through these links, economic, political, and humanitarian links, they kind of have a better understanding of Turkey's position, and it will increase. Again, cheap flights is another important. So arrival, the Poland travel cost is important. Russia, improving relations with Russia, I'm not going to talk in detail, but it led to shuttle trade and short-term labor from Russia and project-based migration from Turkey okay, I'm finishing. In the Turkish case, we see that geopolitics or geostrategic concerns are very much linked with geoeconomics and geocultural strategies, and when the formulators or decision makers for foreign policy should also take migration into consideration. And there are already signs of it. In 2008, Migration and Asylum Bureau is established within the Ministry of Interior, and at the same time within the Ministry of Foreign Ministry. So there are signs that steps are taken in that direction, but it is very limited. More should be done if Turkey wants to heighten its kind of role, and if it kind of sees itself as a core or central country, that it will have implications on human mobility, that it will kind of receive and send. Thank you for your attention. I hope it wasn't very fast for you. I hope you enjoyed the ride, even though it was at a decent speed. But thank you for your attention.
Thanks for the opportunity. And now we have last speaker. It's a pleasure to introduce my friend, from Marmara University because we had the same academic advisor, Professor Erşen. Dr. Emre Erşen now is going to talk about the new rules or new grand chessboard in the Eurasia. He completed his own education or his thesis in Marmara University and worked on Russian Eurasianism and also impact of this Eurasianism on Turkish-Russian relations. By the way, I also wrote a PhD on this issue. He spent a year as a visiting scholar at University of Kent in UK, also in Poland, in the Jagiellonian University. His research interests include politics and international relations in Eurasia. And last thing, his forthcoming article titled "The Evolution of Eurasia as a Geopolitical Concept in the Post-Cold War Turkey" is going to be published in the Journal of Geopolitics. Please.
Thank you, Vigar. Before I start my speech, like everyone, I would like to thank the organizers, first of all, Muzaffer, Şenel, and of course, Professor Gokay, for giving us the opportunity to discuss all these very recent and important issues in world politics and Turkish foreign policy. My presentation will also elaborate on the tectonic changes that have been taking place in world politics in the last few years, but my focus will be more on their meaning in terms of the redefinition of Turkey's role in Eurasia. So when we speak about Eurasia and international relations, Professor Vildan Serin has already mentioned his name in the morning. I believe Zbigniew Brzezinski has been a very important figure, as his ideas have been quite influential on the Western politicians and scholars' geopolitical imagination of Eurasia in post-Cold War period. And as you may probably know, Brzezinski thought the supercontinent Eurasia resembled a grand chessboard on which the great powers made their moves in order to acquire more influence in world politics. But what I find interesting in that book is not only his representation of Eurasia as the globe's central arena, but also his clear emphasis on the global supremacy of the United States in the post-Cold War world. Brzezinski sincerely believed that America was the only comprehensive global superpower that enjoyed supremacy in all four domains of power in the world, and these were military, economic, technological, and cultural domains. And for him, this clear supremacy also granted the United States a huge advantage over others to dominate Eurasia. And his conclusion, therefore, was that America's global primacy was directly up to the maintenance of its geopolitical control over the Eurasian supercontinent. One should notice that Brzezinski's thinking was very much in line with the views of the international relations scholars of the time, such as Charles Krauthammer, who believed that the post-Cold War world order was a unipolar one. These writers depicted the United States as the world's unchallenged superpower and emphasized that its power far exceeded all the other states. This unipolarist view of world politics was very much popular throughout the 1990s. Even when Samuel Huntington changed this theory into unimultipolarity at the end of the decade, he had to confess that the United States' power was still unrivaled despite the rise of secondary powers in the system. A few well-known critics, on the other hand, continued to warn that unipolarity was temporary and would be sooner or later replaced by a bipolar or multipolar world order. Well, a decade later, we start to ask ourselves whether those critics have indeed been right. This is not because the United States has become a secondary power in world politics. On the contrary, it still maintains its supremacy in all four domains of power, as you can see in the slide. However, it has been facing continuous challenges since the early 2000s, particularly after the 2008 economic crisis. It is not yet clear how this process will end, but as Paul Kennedy wrote in his Rise and Fall of Great Powers, all major shifts in the world's military power balance have followed alterations in the productive balances. So we might expect a serious change in the distribution of military strategic power following the global financial crisis. On the other hand, Joseph Nye believes we should view the situation in a three-dimensional manner. In terms of military power, we still witness, according to him, a clear United States unipolarity in the world. In terms of economic power, on the other hand, we see a trend towards multipolarity. And in the field of transnational relations, which is the third dimension, power has already become widely dispersed between states and non-state actors. At the same time, it is also clear that what we are questioning today is not only the decline of the United States, but actually the decline of the West as a whole. That is why we have been witnessing new theories that try to explain this change under such catchy names as Rise of the Rest or simply a world without the West. The second one especially is quite interesting, as not only the United States but also Western Europe and Japan are going through difficult times in economy in the last few years, as you can see in these figures. On the other hand, the economic performance of Asian countries, or the East in general, is steadily rising. It is very meaningful in this regard that China finally surpassed Japan as the world's second largest economy in 2010. This leads us to the famous grouping known as the BRIC countries, an acronym which was coined by Goldman Sachs company back in 2003. The BRIC countries are expected to overtake the G7 countries and lead the world economy by 2050 at the latest. And the first summit meeting between these four countries was held in 2009, and South Africa joined them in the 2011 summit, turning the group into so-called BRICS. During the 2008 economic crisis, a very much publicized report by the United States National Intelligence Council predicted that the BRIC countries will be among the 8 largest economies by 2025. This prediction was justified when they had a better performance than most of the Western economies in the global financial turmoil of 2008 and 2009. Apart from the BRIC mechanism, a second development which strengthens the view that the world's economic axis is moving from the West to the East is the rising influence of the G20 summits, since they have replaced the former G7 and G8 schemes. G20 was established in 1999 as a forum for stabilizing the global financial markets after the 1997 Asian crisis, but its influence rapidly grew after 2008. The Pittsburgh Summit of 2009 has been a turning point which affirmed the G20 as the principal forum for international economic cooperation. As a result of the agreements reached at that summit, emerging economies have increased their voting shares both in the World Bank and IMF in the last few years. This is expected to give a further boost to the BRICS' influence in the world economy in the upcoming years. So what are the implications of all these developments for Brzezinski's grand chessboard, or how should we imagine Eurasia at a time when the world is clearly moving away from United States unipolarity? Well, first of all, one should notice that 3 of the BRIC countries are located in the Eurasian landmass, Russia, China, and India, and this is the main reason why new ideas that focus on Eurasia as a geopolitical balance against the West has become fashionable in the last few years. Namely, the idea of Eurasianism, which became increasingly popular in the 2000s, is based on this logic. In the field of international relations, we see new works like Parag Khanna's The Second World, Fareed Zakaria's Post-American World, and Kishore Mahbubani's The Asian Hemisphere, which all attempt to grasp the new geopolitical roles of Russia, China, and India. And by the way, I don't think it's a coincidence that all 3 of them have been published in 2008, the year when global economic turmoil took start. Likewise, we witnessed the emergence of the theory of soft balancing, which refers to the diplomatic coalitions between a number of states in order to balance a powerful state in the system, in this case, the United States. All these academic and intellectual endeavors that focus on Eurasia actually owe their popularity to practical developments that are taking place in the 2000s. A significant example would be the reactions against the 2003 Iraqi war. Russia, for example, signed a joint declaration with France and Germany against the war. It also used its permanent membership in the United Nations Security Council to form a coalition with China in many important regional political issues ever since. And most recently, as you know, they have been blocking harsher international action against Bashar al-Assad's regime in Syria. The 2 countries also increased their institutional cooperation within the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which frequently made calls for a multipolar world order. Putin's famous speech in the Munich Security Conference of 2007, where he harshly criticized the unilateral policies of the United States, has also been interpreted by many as a manifesto of multipolarity. Finally, in June 2009, the BRIC and Shanghai Cooperation Organization summits were held simultaneously in the Russian city of Yekaterinburg. It is interesting that Russian President Medvedev called this meeting the epicenter of world politics. Well, for Turkey, the changing meaning of Eurasia in world politics has been important mainly for three reasons. First, Turkey is one of the emerging economies or new powers of the world, or the East, as the European Union High Representative Catherine Ashton called it, and it is frequently associated with the BRIC countries in this regard. Second, Turkey is strategically located at the meeting point of Europe and Asia, which makes it a truly Eurasian country. And third, Turkey has established significant bilateral links with both Russia and China in the last decade. Now let us briefly take a look at these three factors. The economic factor is probably the most remarkable one, as it emerged in a rather quick manner in the last decade. After facing a very severe crisis in 2001, the Turkish economy grew at an average of 5% between 2002 and 2011, and this turned Turkey into the world's 16th largest economy. Today, Turkey is both a member of the G20 platform and the so-called Next 11 group. The Next 11 group includes the major emerging countries that are expected to play a substantial role in global economy, along with the BRIC countries in the next few decades. The second factor is based on Turkey's notorious strategic location in Eurasia, and I believe this is quite visible when you take a brief look at all these maps, each of them visualizing a particular theme. The first one is Brzezinski's Grand Chessboard, or the geopolitical depiction of Eurasia. The second one reflects the religious faiths in the region. The third one reflects the existing and planned oil and natural gas pipeline routes. And the last one is based on Freedom House reports on the level of democracy in the countries of Europe and Asia. In each one of these maps, we can clearly see how Turkey is a passage point between separate realms. Geopolitically speaking, Turkey links quite a number of sub-regions of Eurasia, and this helps the country assume multiple geopolitical identities. Turkey's geographical location also makes it a transit route for many different oil and natural gas pipeline schemes for transporting energy in the east to west and north to south directions. And geoculturally, Turkey may be Huntington's thorn country, but at the same time, it is also a key actor in the Alliance of Civilizations project of the United Nations. Therefore, it both links and separates opposite realms, whether it be the East and West, Asia and Europe, Islam and Christianity. The third factor that influences Turkey's new role in Eurasia is related with the change in the outlook of Turkish foreign policy makers during the 2000s. Some scholars believe this change is closely related with the Turkish policymakers' new geographic imagination, and especially the geopolitical depiction of Turkey as a central country in the Afro-Eurasian landmass, places within various regions in such a way that it occupies not only an important geopolitical position, but it also emerges as a meaningful player in political and economic settings. As such, the Turkish government's multidimensional approach in foreign policy aim to strengthen traditional ties with the West while forming new links with other regions and states. Such an outlook quite naturally elevates the importance of rising Asian powers like Russia and China in Turkish foreign policy. For some writers, this can even be regarded as the indication of a policy of soft Euro-Asianism, especially after 2005, when new problems emerged in Turkey's EU membership process. Most notably, over the last decade, Turkey's relations with Russia improved at an unprecedented speed, and the two countries formed a so-called multi-dimensional partnership based on close political and economic cooperation. Today, Turkey and Russia are top partners in trade and energy. The visa restrictions between each other have been removed since 2010, and there is a high-level Intergovernmental Cooperation Council that meets on a regular basis. All these make clear contrast to the pessimistic geopolitical conflict scenarios of the previous decade between the two countries. There has been a similar trend in Turkish-Chinese relations, particularly in the second half of 2000s. The trade between the two countries almost doubled in only 5 years, and new agreements have been signed for cooperation in the fields of nuclear energy, tourism, and logistics. Moreover, while 2012 has been declared China Culture Year in Turkey, 2013 will be celebrated as Turkey Culture Year in China. With India, achievements have been quite modest due to traditionally close relations between Turkey and Pakistan, which is India's chief enemy probably. However, the fact that both Prime Minister Erdogan and President Gül paid significant visits to India in the last few years is a sign of Turkey's interest in upgrading its relations with Delhi. If we also include the much-discussed Turkish-Brazilian joint nuclear swap deal with Iran in May 2010, we can state that Turkish foreign policymakers are fully aware of the rising significance of the BRIC countries in world politics in the last decade. Therefore, we may conclude that the rise of new centers of power in world politics, especially in the last decade, requires a rereading of Brzezinski's Grand Chessboard 15 years after its publication, and Professor Serin already mentioned his latest book of 2012, where he also attempted to do this, actually. This is because Eurasia is becoming a geopolitical symbol that signifies a multipolar world order, unlike 15 years ago, when Grand Chessboard was based on a world dominated by America. Over the last decade, Turkish policymakers have also anticipated this new meaning of Eurasia in world politics, and this can be clearly viewed in the improvement of Turkey's political and economic relations with Russia, China, and India. And one should expect the continuation of this trend in the upcoming years, mainly for two reasons. First, the world's economic axis is expected to move further away from the United States and Europe to Asia. And second, Turkey's difficult relations with the European Union encourage those who are looking elsewhere for justifying Turkey's new roles in an emerging multipolar world. And this is mainly it. Thank you for listening.
Punctuality. Actually, we had interesting and inspiring.
I'm going back.
I hope we will have also inspiring questions. Some questions, please.
Actually, I had some comments and then to Emre and Oğuz, starting from their presentation. Actually, it was really interesting to listen. It's somehow provoking in terms of how from the security complex to security complex. My question is relating to how do you see that this coalition building effect or capabilities of the coalition building? I mean, how Turkey is trying to create a kind of. Do you think that Turkey has a capacity to come to coalition building capacity in the region? Because there's a link between insecurity complex to security complex turned into that. The most important thing is that to create a kind of ring of friends or let's say coalitions. Turkey is capable for that? Do you think so?
Our main argument is that since Turkey is not a region hegemon, so there's a problem of capability to do so. Yeah, that's what we are basically trying to say.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you are continuing that. It's true, but about how it's not a regional hegemon. It's true, but it's on the way of that doing or in a discursive level.
That's a very good question.
She used, but how do you use it? I mean, any channels or any recommendations or any
recommendations for Turkey?
For any country which is like the Turkey's positions there, how they will. And the other one is that if the first question is this, the second one is relating to that from insecurity complex. It means that there is a distrust over there.
Yeah.
Let's put from a reverse question is that how they hatred. Yeah, hatred. As it's mostly focusing on the social and the religious based or so on and so forth. The identification, as you put on, that how they identify themselves. But on the other hand, there will be some channels. You know, Ashura is also let's put like that. Ashura is also a kind of understanding in the Jewish community, Jewish people, Jewish society, because they are Abrahamic religions, and then they have the same story of Noah Ark, or and then the Bible is a kind of it's a part of the Abrahamic religions, or they're part of the accepted by the Quran, also so on and so forth. The Elias and the Jacob stories, also any kind of that included into the Quran as well. There are some kind of ways that interpenetrating to each other. How do they use these tools for the confidence building measures?
I think again it goes to our discussion yesterday, context and the way you perceive the ideas. Yeah, actually we had more of the same discussion yesterday in my class, so maybe you would like to.
It's your first question actually. What would you say about recommendations?
No, not just.
What I can say, like the other two factors, such as external penetration in the Middle East, like the United States goes there, forms a system, and in which you have to survive. Like arbitrarily draws maps, and you have to deal with it. I ask a question like, any of you know a country like Syria within the last 500 years, or Jordan? There is no such country. These are basically pieces of probably like what we call Sham, Damascus. So these regimes have no reason to live together in peace because their identities and territories do not really match. It's what we call hybrid sovereign. Because they're basically people see them as plastic. No one really sees in Syria the Assad regime is natural. They see our own governments because they do not exactly represent the identity in those countries. The other one, like competing visions among like us, Israelis, or Iranians, I do not think that we can also do anything about that. We cannot basically change the system in one day unless the United States decides so or totally drops. Or we cannot really convince Iranians and Israelis, it's not just about convincing, it's how they pursue their interests. It's what they say is their security. But the third one, we can do something about it. Yeah. We can be more democratic. We can do something about it. So we can push for this because it's really critical. I mean, if you're not really a democratic country as context, no one really sees you as trustworthy. If you're democratic inside your country, if you're ruled by a democratic constitution, they say this country would not act lawless outside the country as well. We are not scared of the United States. Why?
Accountability in
because we believe that the United States is a democracy. Their rules are like not freed from their public's opinions, their interests. American governments will have to act in accordance with their own public. Turkey doesn't have that, and Turkey is not, I'm afraid, unscrupulous. No one in the world
actually, this part of the paper actually relies on our previous paper titled Turkey's and the nexus of domestic authority and international prestige. In that paper, we were discussing that how you maintain your authority in society has a direct link with your international regional prestige. So people look at you when you are saying that you're supposed to, improve your democracy levels, and people are gonna look at you and say, you have your own domestic levels. So how can I, take it for granted that you are a leader, so I can trust you, you are a credible actor. Also, it's also related to how you approach to conflicts. We are saying that we are mediators in the region, but when you take sides in the conflict, openly, so if you have a partial stand in the conflict, you can say that you're a reliable mediator.
Dispute basically, or much the same way. You cannot really say anything if you want to phrase a foreign policy. Like, you cannot call a country totally illegitimate the way we do to Syrians, what we call megaphone diplomacy. It's basically that I'm standing here, you're 1 kilometer away from me, I'm grabbing a megaphone and yelling at you, Muzaffer, you're all wrong, you have no reason to stay there. You will be basically intimidated or aggrandized and you will never listen to me. Next second. You cannot change another country's foreign policy in that fashion.
Maybe you can also mention the
this lack of self-restraint.
Serbian foreign. Mention that?
The guy always says me.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's another thing. Like I met with the Serbian ambassador 2-3 days ago, and then he said that within the 19th century, French Empire, Russians, British, they were all interfering in your affairs, kind of giving encouragement to Serbians, Arabs, and I don't know, some other Balkan nations. And so what happens? It's not politics. It's real politics. And you guys actually are doing the exact same thing in Syria now. And I stopped and thought about this. That's basically he calls us another imperialistic country. He says that you have such a daring to do that, like you're interfering in another nation's affairs. openly challenging it. I'm not saying this is necessarily a wrong policy. I think we should support democratic change, but not in this fashion. This is what we call self-restraint. You should tune down the volume a little bit. You should say this in closed meetings, directly, not openly. For the second question, I mean, these national narratives, normally, we all have identities. We use identities to make our causes, our actions, our interests legitimate. It's how we draw support from our public. We say Syrians are Muslims and they are our brothers. It all works. As a Muslim nation, we say, yeah, they are our brothers, they shouldn't be killed in that way. In Israeli and Iranian case, it's a little different. They are not taking legitimacy from these identities, Ashura or anything else. These paradigms are leading their actions. They cannot get out of it. In Israel, you cannot say that, let's like put aside the Holocaust now and look at Middle East with different eyes. Everything that happens in the Middle East, they see this through the lenses of Holocaust. You cannot force Israelis to get out of Palestine because they will say, you guys did the same to Poland in 1939 and it eventually caused Holocaust. They're asking, so what do you think about Arab Spring? They say, all we're seeing is not 1989 of Europe, it's 1979 of Iran. Much the same Iran, like you cannot tell an Iranian, inside Iranian politics, that the United States might be a friend. It's illogical. You cannot say this unless you want to do some political suicide. So what are we meant by narratives? They're strong structures, they're just identities. They can change, of course. No identity is like
regards a game changer.
Yeah, there's this figure, for example, in Iranian history, there is unknowns, you're right, like Haman. Haman was an Iranian king who helped Israelis about their return to their homelands thousands of years ago. Israelis not deliberately do not see this. They actually had a chance to go back to Israel 1,000 years ago, 2,000, I'm not sure about history. It must be 2,000 years ago.
2000,
yeah, something like that.
Come back,
it is waiting there. If there is sort of reconciliation happens for this nation to come together, they can use this, but unless the structure changes, context as Emre calls it, something happens. Yeah. We cannot convince them.
We are a bit structured, so
I got the point. And I had a questions regarding to the Gonca's presentation related to the Turkish effectiveness and a possible Turkish effectiveness in the UN system. How do you see that the operational capacity of Turkey?
Operational military?
Operational capacity, I mean, in terms of diplomacy.
In the UN?
Within the UN system. I mean, because just it reminds me when I took some notes related to your presentations, that just what you say, that it reminds me that how Turkey is trying to get, how Turkey gained the UN Security Council temporary membership. It's why, I mean, it's a kind of, it shows a small success, let's say, within this system, but also had a great impact on the Turkish understanding of foreign policy. And not only focusing on the just one region, because UN is an international, global international area, global actor. But this is not only the first time, but this is the ongoing process. Turkey is now learning the world through the UN lenses.
First of all, to answer your question from different angles, when you ask about the effectiveness of Turkey in UN, comes two different perspectives. First reminds us the 1990s regional crises, the Bosnian one, for example, which I give it as an example because it was the case that Turkey was very much active in the UN. But could not get any results in that area. I believe that Turkey's recent achievement, let's say, or success to get this permanent membership, non-permanent membership, and also its quest for, again, this membership is a result of its role of being a normative power. Big powers, as we see, use discourse, at least in discourse, use this language of, norms, like human rights, democracy, and all. Turkey strives for that. And in first period, with 2009 and 10, it was seen that there was no Arab Spring, there was nothing like that. And Turkey was seen, Turkey started her foreign policy, active foreign policy, and it was very much active in Africa. It really made diplomacy in UN and then took the result of it. However, this is also a success, and I believe this is the reflection of its role. However, Turkey's effectiveness in UN to create outcomes, I believe, is still very much dependent upon the ability of UN. I mean, UN is, when we are talking about this change in all these workshops, I think maybe UN is the slowest one because of its composition and because of its at least minimum representation of the world. There's this Russia and China at least, and it still represents some kind of a
nuclear power.
Yeah, but I mean, it has this ability again to speak for the international community at minimum. Therefore, the Syrian case, Muzaffer, to reply again, clearly, I believe, illustrates the limitations of Turkey. When we look at the history of Turkey's relations with UN, we see that Turkey is an active player in UN to create outcomes when it comes to her national interest. But she is also very much sensitive to the legitimacy factor, which is very much important because not only for its foreign policy but for its domestic politics. We just remember Özal period. It was this international legitimacy, it was this Iraq, Saddam invaded Kuwait, this was a clear case of breaching of international law. But Özal even faced very much resistance from domestic politics when he was considering sending troops to Saudi Arabia. It was a time of clear legitimacy, legal, let's say moral, political. Now in Syrian case, it's much like Syrian case is considered to Kosovo, but I believe in the minds of the region, and when we talk about the security content also, things like that, it's much more, it's perceived as similar to 2003 Iraq War. I mean, this humanitarian tone is not very much, and without a resolution of the UN, without the legitimacy umbrella, Turkey's ability to affect the outcomes is still very much limited. But I'm not. But this activeness in UN arena is also an important implication for Turkey's quest for having a say, having a role in world politics. But I mean, it still really much depends on this power.
I mean, so that explains Turkey's veto against Iran sanctions.
Well,
no.
I mean, yes and no.
As a normative legitimate power, no.
It's hard to say that yes or no at a direct point, because there are other things that interpenetrating issues.
Yeah, sure. There are always penetrating. It's all penetrated, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's right. But on the other hand, how can we say that clearly yes and no? It seems a little bit difficult.
And this was an arena for Turkey's quest for this role, and it has limitations again.
Any other questions?
I just want to comment on this. I mean, what I think is like, since UN is not effective and efficient organization, I mean, as we see in the case of Rwanda and Bosnia, I think we cannot accept Turkey to be efficient. This organization unless it becomes a member of Security Council. I mean, I really don't think, and I'm pessimist on it, I really don't think that UN represents the world, international world
I'm just full of.
You're very Wallacean theory, like you're very structural health.
I mean,
you're saying that institution doesn't have.
Tool of United States.
Which I agree, by the way.
I didn't say that United Nations represents the world, but I try to emphasize or stress the role it plays with its unique legitimacy, and it's the only organization that the states turn to when they do not handle the questions that are above them, and they just send it to UN, and whether we like it or not, all big powers and even small powers, when we remember the colonization process, Cold War years, or it was the case in Libya's sanctions, whether we like it or not, both big and small powers find it in their interest to use, at least not only by even challenging UN norms, not only by exactly. It's there, and I was just trying to underline.
I mean, we had a work on homework on the Erdogan's speech in the UN. I mean, when I watching this speech, I just said that if Turkey wouldn't be a limited power, I mean, Erdogan never give such a speech in UN. I mean, Obama never gives such speech in UN. I mean, this is all about power, and Turkey and rising power, they have all these powers, and they just try to turn their face to UN. And on the other hand, America and the other hegemonic power, they just use UN to get their aim, to legitimize their aims.
Yes, but when they do not get that, they pay their costs.
Is there any
yes, they pay their costs. I mean, as I perceive, US is still paying the costs of conducting an illegitimate war in 2003. What might be, I met an interview with our representative in UN in the time of the Iraq war, and he said that if the US had waited a month or two, UN decision would come, he said, after when his discussion. What might be the implications of a war with a resolution or not? I mean, yes, you can do, UN does not have a sanction system, but it comes down costs.
Can I ask a question, my dear colleague, about investigation thing? I just took notes. Okay, so may I ask, like, if there's any preparation for Hamas or those like negative repercussions of taking immigrants from all this thing and the cultural or like ethnic backgrounds? Because I'm living in Antep. We have got like 250 foreign students, and some of them are like Afro-American. No, Africans, they're like from Africa, basically. I wish there was some not possible. Like basically, these local people are throwing a spot. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Like, what I realized in Antep, we all are so proud of our tolerance, like multicultural. It's not that case. Like we are very xenophobic. When we see them, they throw stones. They are so intolerant about their behaviors, the way they look. One of them told that like an old lady grabbed her hair. They have like big afro hair, right? Grabbed her hair and kind of said in church, like, so dirty, just go and cut it. So that's why I'm asking, is there an preparation in Turkey for a massive shock?
Actually, there are, but we are in we are not there yet. When I said Turkey kind of decided or preferred to deal with migration and asylum issues through pieces of legislation instead of a full-fledged single law, in a sense, Turkey kind of had a policy of not having a clear policy, which kind of provided it with flexibility and so on, and decided on a case-by-case basis. But it cannot do it anymore. And how to manage diversity is a question that not only Turkey, but many other countries, many European countries are grappling with, and Turkey also has to develop mechanisms for that. One thing, of course, if this draft law on foreigners and migrants that I talked about, that is pending submission at the parliament, if it is approved, Turkey will not only have a single or full-fledged law, it will also mean a paradigmatic shift from security-oriented thinking towards more human rights-based thinking. So it means Turkey will create, for instance, reception facilities and mechanisms, and also more humane treatment of migrants, and different groups face different treatments. When I mentioned EU's role, I focus more on the negative role that the EU migration policy and asylum policy has on Turkish migration policy. I also have to mention positive aspects of it. If we didn't have the European Court of Human Rights rulings, we wouldn't change it. We wouldn't push, for instance, Bashar al-Assad to kind of come up with convince him to kind of there's a need for reform, and the creation of this migration and asylum bureau within my Ministry of Interior became possible because of that. Because Turkey, many for instance asylum seekers, there were 2 Iranians. They kind of sued Turkey, and Turkey was kind of forced to pay compensation. There were around 13 court cases, and Turkey could not deal with that. So there was a need for change. I also have to mention the role of UNHCR. It's a key actor, especially in refugee status determination. It kind of collaborates with Turkish authorities. And starting from, let's say, after I mentioned this 1994 ruling, a regulation on temporary asylum regime, and it was kind of change. It was very much a reflection of security-oriented thinking, because it came after all these 2 refugee crises, particularly in 88 and 91, a Kurdish refugee crisis, and PKK. In 1993, we had this escalation of the conflict between PKK and security forces, and Turkish security forces were arguing many PKK members entered through these refugee flows and so on. So Turkey decided to take things under its control into its hands and kind of sideline the UNHCR. However, they went back to this working relationship after 1999, and aside from that, we see UNHCR started organizing seminars for police forces and gendarmerie, because they are the first people to meet asylum seekers at the border. And also, in collaboration with bar associations, they are organizing seminars for judges, for lawyers, and so on. And as I said before, migration is an issue linked with citizenship regimes, welfare regimes, with security, with education, health, and so on. So it requires policy coordination. It is not only the duty of the Foreign Minister or Ministry of Interior to deal with migration issues. There is a need for a better coordination between different ministries and so on. So we have to, therefore, it's high time for Turkey not only to kind of integrate migration and asylum issues into Turkish foreign policy making, but it's high time for Turkey to kind of revise this migration policy. I have to mention one more thing. When this, as I said before, Turkey's traditional migration policy making is very much linked with Turkish national identity and homogeneous nation building project and so on. And it's also, I mean, those who did not fit with the Turkish definition of Turkish nation, like non-Muslims, they were either made to live, exchanged, and through Turkification policies, they kind of prefer to live, if you like. And now, in this minority regime, there are significant changes. For instance, the property and also these minority foundations, they are being returned, even to a limited extent. So there are significant changes in that sense as well. And I believe these are all going to reflect positively. So one of the things that EU criticizes Turkey is about this diversity issues, how Turkey will deal with the diversity. It will have implications not only for migration regime, but also, of course, in domestic realm as well. It will help Turkey to sort out its problems, all kind of coexistence of different cultures, and maybe they realize that Turkey is, in a sense, monocultural, was not a monocultural society. It is a multicultural society, and maybe it will rediscover it. So all this homogeneous nation building project, in a sense, kind of hampered it, but Turkey will realize and will kind of, I believe, will kind of find ways to kind of cherish this diversity and manage diversity. But I believe there are many different prejudices, and also many different groups face different types of I would say, xenophobic attitudes and so on. And unfortunately, Africans are becoming the main target because they are very visible. And many Turkish people do not know anything about it.
We use the phrase like zenci.
Zenci, but it's
incredibly terrible.
I'll just mention one thing, just one more
thing. Doesn't have the same meaning.
Exactly, it's Negro.
I've seen Arabic, but in our society,
I mean, no matter how we use it,
for it.
we probably do not have any black people, we never enslaved them, but basically that's what it means. The word by word means like Negro, like someone looking like a chocolate.
Actually, I agree, but even in America,
I understand what you're saying, there's no cultural context for that.
We had a discussion in my undergraduate, and even among Arab societies, calling with someone Zenci, it really humiliates in some, it doesn't in some. My professor was shocked when he heard that in Turkey we call them Zenci, but I think it doesn't have the same meaning in Turkey. So,
well, just one thing. I just wanted to mention one thing. I mentioned sports players, and this, for instance, there are many sports players that are not of Turkish origin, but we don't have any problems when they represent us in Olympic games and so on. Mehmet Aurelio, he's actually a Turkish citizen, and he can also play for the Turkish national team. I guess you all heard the name of Festus Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He was an amateur football player, and he had high hopes of becoming maybe also national hero and so on. He couldn't because he kind of was killed under police kind of torture and so on. So we had to work on that, and it took I think around 4 years. He had a UNHCR document, identity document, but it took them ages to kind of identify him because they kind of wrote to Nigeria if he is a real citizen and so on. So it took around 4 years for the court to pass a verdict. It cannot, Turkey has to work on that. If Turkey claims
to our point,
to be a soft power and so on.
Maintain your domestic Turkey and link it prestige, and people are going to look at it.
For example, I can give a precise example. Like we Turks, as well as Greeks, we love talking in our own, speaking in our own language. When there's a foreigner there, we love chocolate. This is incredibly rude. Do you know what's happening? Because we don't have that many foreigners. Greeks also do that. They chocolate next to you, speak Greek. We don't think that's incredibly rude, like offending that person. If you can speak his or her own language, or at least take something like permission to speak your own mother tongue. It's not really normal. So it's what I'm saying, like we have to kind of prepare for this.
Yeah, we have issues to work on.
Yes, please. To Professor Erşen, well, your presentation was very interesting, and well, I was thinking of now in my studies. Well, I always ask myself the same question: can Turkey somehow move away from NATO and USA as someone to look up on when they want to make foreign policy, and try somehow to? Now we have this shift to eastern part of the world, but can it be somehow a shift to Muslim part of the world, like Muslim countries, Turkey to somehow initiate? Now I see it as a suicide. It would be a suicide now, but is there any chance, like any potential of having that in?
No, I don't think so. I mean, that was the basic thing I was mentioning in my presentation. Turkey has multiple geopolitical identities. Being a part of the Middle East or the Muslim world, however you call it, is one of them. But of course, we also have a Western geopolitical identity, if you call it that way. I mean, apart from the European Union, maybe, we also have close links with the NATO, the OSCE, OECD, or whatever you call it. And I think the thing that gives Turkey the chance to be a model, or whatever you call it, again, geopolitically, is that, I mean, that we are a part of the West and the East together. So my presentation, I don't think it was about the Muslim Middle East. It was more like the Russia-China axis. That's why I thought maybe your question was about that. I also don't think that's going to be there's going to be a huge shift from Turkey to Russia and China. There were a lot of discussions about that. My thesis was about that. Professor Umanov's thesis was also about this Eurasianism thing, but they never worked. So at the end, we see that Turkey's fate again lies in accepting the fact that it's a Eurasian country, meaning that you're both European and Asian, and all these other, sub-regions.
But isn't it a little constraining when you are everything in one? Like when you want to satisfy all the sides, like try maybe to specify itself more in foreign policy.
Yes, but I mean that's because of our geopolitical nature. Like I said, we have to be a part of the Black Sea, the Balkans, the Mediterranean, the Middle East. We have to have these foreign policies towards these regions because these are our neighboring regions at the end. or in the final stage. That's why I think that would be too constraining again to evaluate Turkey only within the Muslim world or in the Middle Eastern region. So that would be another constraint apart from bringing prospects to Turkish foreign policy.
May I challenge everyone?
Yes, sure.
So anyway, you're saying that, which I agree, of course, when the West is declining. Are we supposed to expect that its geography also changes, so we start using terms like Middle East?
Yeah.
Where's Middle East? Like Far East?
I was about to ask the same question actually to all of us. What do we mean by all these geopolitical...
This is also so critical about
of course.
Creating a Turkish IR. Like if we keep using these Western terms, we're kind of alien to our own geography. So what Philip Robbins says, we are trying to shoehorn ourselves into like separate regions as if they're separate, like haircut, like Middle East, where's Middle East? We are in the middle of something obvious, it's given by someone else. What do you think about that? How are we going to make it?
Western Asia, they started to
Yeah,
use
like,
that idea.
it's what they call like decolonization of mind, not just geography.
We have to come up with our own geopolitical. Tomorrow we'll be having a separate workshop with Murat. That's going to be, hopefully we will be having a book out of that, but we'll be questioning how Turkey views its own geography, and my presentation tomorrow will be about how we define this so-called Eurasia in Turkish formal, practical, and popular geopolitical thinking. And I agree with you, we have to come up with new terms. Therefore, my presentation, unfortunately, had to be based on all these traditional concepts that we use, like Middle East and etc. But I believe, even there, you know that our minister uses the word Afro-Eurasia. That's even, I think, an original creation, which, of course, to a point resembles Mackinder's World Island, of course. But on the other hand, I believe that's why, I mean, when he refers to the central country, we are there. So in the morning we saw that Chinese-centered maps, for example. I believe Turkey will also be coming up with maps of that kind, because maps are actually the best depictions of how you view the world. So I agree with you completely how we define the Middle East, the Balkans. I'm not really sure whether people other than Turkey, the Turks are calling it Balkans. They call it Southeast Europe, for example.
Officer Gokay used to call this like, what was it?
Peninsula of Eurasia.
Exactly, like it's not a continent thing, so how come it can be a continent, separate continent? So obviously, like culturally,
even the name Eurasia, I mean, what do you understand from it? I mean, my presentation was basically about the fact that Eurasia today means this coalition of sort between Russia, China, India, and etc. But of course, it is a supercontinent. If you see it that way, it includes Europe, it includes Asia. So how can it be a geopolitical balance against the West, where Europe is also included in Eurasia? So we have to come up with new definitions. I completely agree with you about that.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your comments and questions. Actually, as voluntary chairman, Muzaffer is going to make some concluding remarks on behalf of organizers of this event. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Bülent, for your visiting chair. You emphasize too much. Yeah, but anyway, let's change to that. But okay. Thank you for your really very thought-provoking and somehow that well-defined the presentations. But I mean that my question is, my question. Okay, mostly that I want to inform you that we have 2 months till 10th of July, that we have a time for the last, final
deadline?
Deadline, yeah.
I mean, is it the draft, final draft, or really have a chance to have?
Yeah. Actually, the final draft before publishing. I mean that
it's never final anyway. So
I will send all these footnotes or so on and so forth. These the writings rules so on and so forth. We are waiting your papers as of 10th of July. Then we will be sent to the weeklies. Then we will be we have another 2 months or 3 months and it will be published in Journal of Balkan and Near Eastern Studies, hopefully the first volume of the 2013. Then thank you for joining us. Thank you. Burada durmaktan arkadaşlar hemen hocalarınız yoksa bir şeyler içebiliriz aşağıda. Sanat yok. Ben de trafik tercihlerimiz var. Bizim ne verecek?
Güzel sırrımız var.
Bir şeye benziyor biraz. Onu çok bilmiyorum. Ya doğrudur şey çünkü hatta bakıyorum. Yani şey işte.
Orada da benden şey var. Adama çağırdım.
İstanbul'dan bakmıyoruz. Aynı şeyi.
Haftanın 2 gün
Ankara'daydı. Şey oluyor yani.
Orta yer böyle Ankara.
Gerçekten herkes yarım oynuyor ama yani açık değil görüşler. Zaten bu şey falan görüşürüz. Bunlar da daha önce.
Teşekkür ederim. Biraz uzak var.
Evet.
Hatta sana var referans bile vereceğim şeyde herhalde. Ha? Yok yok Emre'ye diyorum referans bile vereceğim yani bu şeyle ilgili ne derler?
Abi referans vermeyi söylemedim yalnız.
Hayır yani şöyle yani bunun initial planı içinde bu da var.
Hep öyle yapıyorum.
Abi verilsin niye verilmiş? Genç arkadaşımız daha önce hayır abi şey bitirelim.
Yabancı şey gitmesin ha.
Bugün arkadaşlar aşağı inelim de bir şeyler içelim.
Tamam hocam.
Çok teşekkürler Erşen. Görüşürüz. Çok sağ olasın.
Şöyle bir şey ama artık Avrasya'da herhalde artık son demler yani şey geldi. Ya ben bunu şeye yazdım.
Bana bir tane konuşmuşsun. Ben biraz önce işte
kilo almış bayağı.
Emre, ayın 16'sı için sana mail göndereceğim.
Tamam gelin mi işte?
Evet, Çağdaş'a söyle hazırlasın.
Sen başlayıp 2 dakika konuşursan konuşman 5 dakika çıkar. Sen 5 dakikadan konuşursun.
Onun için işte şeyden
Buradan şeyimi alayım. Ben de kalem, senin kalem. Aşağıdan alırız kahveye.
Biz almış bulduk ya. Bir sigara için gelelim biz zaten.
Tamam.
Onun için alıyoruz zaten. Evet, manzarası çok beğendik. Hepsi kopamıyoruz buradan.
Tamam.
Ben şeye gidiyorum gene yani o taraflara
Ama ben biraz buradayım.
Burada mısın? Çıkardık beraber diyecek.
Sağ olasın. Şahin'e çok selamlar.
Tamam onda çok selamı vardı
Selam.
sana.
Siz kaçıyorsan memnun olurum.
Ben de çok memnun oldum. Çok teşekkürler. Evet, ben de memnun oldum. İnşallah
ama işte düşündüğünüz bir konuydu. Bana inanın. Birleşmiş Milletler yarış olarak inanın. Peki meşruiyet diyor.
Evet.
Peki o zaman İran'da ne oldu? Bir insan bir sorusu geliyor ama siz de bir yerde açıkladınız yani. Onun bize nasıl uymadığını öğrenmede bence bilgiler. Bu siz de yollayacaksınız değil mi paper?
Evet yollayacağım. Tamam. Yazım aşamasında
benim de.
Referans
ilgili referans verecek kaynak oldu. Tamam.
Görüşmek üzere tekrar.